7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. You can watch the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Doug, Tuesdays historically for phone calls on this show.
Yeah, well.
And that means Chairman Kerr will be active filtering the phone calls. Brought to you by Collier and Thompson, 314-974-0101. Call in and talk it over with us, Doug. Huge night in sports. And today, 4 hours might not be enough. What do you have for the lead?
Well, I think I know what you're going to want to lead with, and that is Kansas beating Arizona at home, knocking off a number one undefeated team when Jackson assured us that Arizona would win.
I mean,
Doug's got those Beaker roots. Here they are.
And he's from liberal Kansas, Martin.
Ironic.
Well, my father was. I never lived in liberal.
Do you go back and visit once in a while?
Oh, my goodness, no. Way out there in western Kansas, there is nothing
Is that
happening
where it is?
there. Yeah.
So like closer to the Colorado border than the Missouri?
Yeah.
Boy, that eastern Colorado, there ain't much there either.
No.
That's a tough putt. That's a tough putt.
Yeah.
Well, I adhere to the polosplus.com dossier, and the polosplus.com dossier says Drew Lock cried a little bit during the national anthem.
He cried a little bit?
Yes, because he was thinking about his long year getting to the point where he had gotten his father passing away. So there you go.
Okay.
I adhere to the dossier unless you come in and say, no, Sadie Hawkins.
All right, I guess
Maybe you got to
to
sit down and then a little emotional music, Doug. That's what you do with that.
All right.
I don't mind that trick.
All right, thanks for the schooling, fellas.
Well, just talking. And then you say, and there you have it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do.
Oh, Andy Croupen's going to be here. How about that?
Oh,
Andy
okay.
Crouppen
The live
in the
living
Stiefel
dossier
Studios.
is happening in front of us.
Oh, is that right? So I wonder if the listeners could log in. Jackson, you give Google accounts to all the listeners, then invite them to watch the Polos Plus dossier.
Not a chance in hell.
Oh,
That sounds like
Surprise guest!
Surprise guest.
Doug, this living, breathing
8:30.
dossier is the bee's knees. 8:30, surprise guest. It's got to be Ella Day. It's got to be.
I don't think I'd know her. I would have
I've got plenty of
second question
questions for her.
problem.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Tim will just, I got this. Wave you off.
Yeah. So surprise guest at 8:30, and of course the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, and the live breathing dossier is being updated as we speak.
Yeah,
here.
because Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, I'm going to guess that
We're
that's
going to revisit the South Carolina game.
rewind. Rich Gould would just play it back. The next segment. Gabe just disappeared.
I don't like this. I don't
okay.
like this.
You don't like the live breathing dossier?
I do. I don't like it, second by second being commented on.
Well, 8-1 is Grandma. It's just called.
I saw that.
It's just
I actually saw that when I was at my house. I
Who's
go,
Grandma?
Jackson's head's down. He is down, and it is not going well for Jackie Papers.
Where's the desk of Jack B? I got nothing. But I like how Grandma has just become, and I think it works for our group, we know what that means.
That is correct.
I took an advertising class at Marquette, and the guy was teaching, and there was a car dealer that was really famous in some town, and he started with, nobody beats so-and-so for the best deal. Nobody beats so. And after about 10, 15 years, he would just come on the camera and say, nobody.
Oh, nice.
And everybody knew what it meant.
Okay.
So now when Jackson just types, Grandma, we know there's going to be fun with audio.
Kind of like Ohio State, how they're just
The.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Plumber says, what a beautiful day. Almost as beautiful as you, Timmy. That's from the Plumber. You know, I have to agree with the Plumber, not only on my aesthetically pleasing presence, but also, Doug, the snow is melting, the temperatures are rising, and why it's hard not to be enthused about sundress season on the horizon. Hello again, everybody.
Supposed to get to 65 today?
Woot!
Spring training weather.
Woot, woot!
Pitchers and catchers are getting down there.
Well, you can
Been there,
tune in
probably.
all next week as the morning after we'll be broadcasting live from Cardinal Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida. Don't miss TMA Live from spring training every day next week, and you can watch the show and flirt with the manager, apparently. It's all brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, the 7 o'clock hour sponsor on this program every day, and the presenting sponsor of spring training next week, healthcare-evolution.com. So that's where we will be this time next week.
I think we should keep a running count of how many times we hear, we got a young team and we think we can surprise some people.
I'll set the over-under at 17.5.
Yeah, it's going to be a considerable amount, I think.
What if Heim comes on and says, I don't think we'll surprise anyone? His brand is keeping it real. And if things go really well this spring, we might just trade Weatherholt, Doug.
Oh, no.
We're going to start rebuilding the rebuild.
You know what? My wife and I were watching Sports Final last night.
Oh, my.
We really were.
Why are you doing up that late?
Well, I was watching the Kansas game.
Yeah.
And I have to say about Jackie Papers, this guy, the moment the game ends, he sends over his Venmo. That's a man of honor. You know, you can say what you want about the brothers' time, Stephen and Ed time. You can say what you want about them,
Can you?
but they pay their debts. Was it a Lannister always pays his debts, Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Jackson Burkett always pays his debts. What did we have? I was getting 2.5 points against Arizona last night. I was on Rock Chalk.
Yeah.
I mean, the moment the game's over, I get a little notification. Jackie Papers. Venmo's is $25 over. Man of honor.
Yeah.
It's the referees. I see Arizona called for 17 personal fouls, Kansas 12.
Kansas earned it. They won.
That was a fun game to
It
watch.
was really fun. It was outstanding.
So I'm out at that Elevate, Lake St. Louis, Doug, right around the corner from the house. And I'm in this group chat, and they're like, oh, crap, Peterson's not playing.
Yep.
So this guy, Papers, for the people who aren't familiar with his work, if they didn't get a chance to watch him against the Fighting Tigers or whomever, describe this guy to the layperson, because Martin, Doug, and I, we don't know ball like you do.
No.
Darren Peterson, shooting guard / small forward, who certainly is probably the most talented player in college basketball, likely the number 1 overall pick. He has now missed 11 games this season.
Nice.
Sometimes it seems like for somewhat minor injuries, sometimes like last night, flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms.
He was at the game and warming up. I don't know about you, Doug. When I have the flu or flu-like symptoms, I like to be in large, crowded places where it's really loud. That's where I love, and with TV cameras.
What are you
national TV
saying
cameras.
without saying it?
I don't know.
I think. Do you think, and you're a big association guy, do you think he's trying to impress NBA scouts by doing a lot of load management at the college level?
I think he's trying to manage his appearance, that he knows that Arizona plays a more physical brand of basketball, and maybe it would be the smart idea.
Horrible look. God bless him. He may have felt terrible. I mean,
Yeah.
you think, be home in bed. He's out there pregame, running around in uniform, leans into an assistant coach and says, I don't think I can go.
He was already, amongst Kansas fans and college basketball fans, famous for this, and yet somehow he topped all of the previous ones with last night being, I don't know, I got the notification like 5 minutes before the game that he was not going to play.
Yeah, I was watching the Louisville-NC State game in which Louisville put up 118 points on the red-hot Wolfpack. Either way, right as they flip over to the other game with Boog Shambi on the call, which was nice to
I'm
see.
a big fan. I'm
Yeah.
a Boog Shambi lemming.
Me too. They go Darren Peterson out. Like, that's the first thing on the counter. I was like, what the heck? I was
Spread
joking
went from
about
2.5 to 7.5.
Yeah, wow.
The money line went to plus 176. Tam Avenue Capital Partners, we don't have offices on the other side of the Missouri River. And so I'm scrambling. I'm like, God, I got to text Jackson. I got to buy out of this bet.
I was hoping that text was going to come.
I'm leveraged on my FanDuel account. I don't know what to do. I'm scrambling. And then I thought, hell, it's still Monday night in Lawrence, Kansas. And Peterson might not be playing, but when it's all said and done, I know those officials will be there for me. And I do have to say, as much as I mock what goes on there, and I do think there's something to it, and it's got nothing to do with my Missouri Tiger fandom. I do share your opinion that Kansas earned it, but I think in a way Kansas earned it because Arizona just didn't hit shots.
Yeah.
They got to a point. Sometimes you're watching a game, I can't even think of, I'm sure about Drake, Missouri and Drake, where I'm like, oh, it's going up, it's going in, and you just kind of go, it's one of those nights. For Arizona, I was watching, I'm like, they're just not going to score. And I think from about the 12-minute timeout, all the way home, they barely scored, minus the quick 5 points after the turnover at the end of the game that made it tight.
Right. With like 10.5 to go, Kansas big man, blatant travel, dunked it. And I'm not saying that's the reason why they lost.
He's walking, Zebra. Where's his suitcase?
Well, he jumps and then tries to dribble, which is travel. Don't let people tell you that's a dribble. That's a travel.
Doug, it sounds like you were going to tell Jackson it was a
if your
dribble.
feet don't come down, you can start dribbling.
Yeah, but if you are in triple threat and then you jump and then try to dribble, that is a travel. Once you jump, you can only pass or shoot. He dribbled. That's okay. That shouldn't end your game. But since ever past that point, that turned the tide. Arizona had nothing. They couldn't score. To Kansas' credit, playing great defense and pushing in transition, scoring in transition. But Arizona went ice cold. Bad night from the line. It was never in the cards for the Wildcats.
Why would it be a travel if you jumped and instead of shooting, you started dribbling?
That's once you're in the air, you can't dribble. You have to either shoot or pass. You can't dribble. Dribbling can only happen when your feet are on the ground to start.
Okay. I was unaware of that rule.
Yeah, because you see guys try to do that. You see guys try to go up for a jump shot, realize they're stuck and can't do anything, so they try to dribble.
Seems like you ought to be able to do that.
Well, bring it up with the
Gene
people.
Sarator.
Yeah.
Online too.
Okay.
Did they show? Now we had the game on. I was watching it loosely, I would say. Did they show Peterson on the bench throughout? Like, I wondered if that was a decision.
I didn't see
So
it.
here's
Because
something.
if they could put him in a bad light, if you just keep zooming in on him, there he is watching his team, or did he just go back and lay down?
I didn't see it, and
And they may have made a choice.
I think one of the reasons why Self enjoyed it so much was because it was shoving it up his ass.
Yeah.
I know he can't say that.
I agree.
Because then it screws up recruiting superstars going forward. And even if he leaves after this year or soon, retires, you don't want to leave that for the place that you built your legend in Lawrence, Kansas. That no, you don't go there because they'll call you out for So they just sit there and they eat it. But what a response by his teammates. But it seemed like Self was enjoying that one more than the average one. And I know they hadn't beaten a number one team there. So with that all established, here is my question. How many of you are familiar with the Barstool Arizona Twitter tweet? Papers, you are.
Aware.
Chairman Kurt, you love Barstool. Martin, Doug.
I saw it.
You saw it. Okay, Doug, you're
I didn't
familiar.
see it, no.
So this is what was making its way around a variety of group chats last night. Who is this person whose phone was shot? Do you know?
Well, the Kansas AD or sports info guy said this is a member of the ESPN crew.
The stats
he is
crew.
not with Kansas in any way.
Got it. Okay, so they're acknowledging that this is like a real thing.
The Kansas sports info guy put out a tweet that just to clarify, this person was hired by the ESPN crew to do the official stats. So it's some guy hired.
Here I have the I bookmarked the actual tweet from the AD, and of course
Well, I have the tweet. I didn't. I was
So
looking
not
for
disputing
context.
its veracity, but just saying this was not a Kansas person
Okay,
dunking on a player.
got it. So is it, you were going to read the tweet? Is that what you're
from the AD.
Oh, okay,
From
go
the
ahead.
Kansas AD. This person texting
the
this
Kansas
video.
athletic director?
So he's associate AD. He's like a
AD.
Brian Kunderman.
Yeah.
Sports info.
Oh, so he's hot.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel Burke. The person texting
get his
in
number.
I don't care if he's hot. What did he say?
the person texting in this video is a contracted crew worker who handles official stats during the game for ESPN. He does not work for KU and is not affiliated with the athletic department in any way. He has no inside information and was just speculating. We are handling internally.
Okay. So the tweet, Doug, is the following. So somebody was videoing this guy's phone?
Yes, someone.
He's texting.
I mean, to me, that's the story.
Yeah.
Like, who's the weirdo behind him?
Yeah, I mean. So anyway, somebody behind this guy who's sitting on press row videos this guy texting. I mean, let's talk about that. Like, we're just talking about the text, but like, what about the guy videoing the texting?
Really weird.
And what the text says is, so he's sick, in reference to Peterson, and he didn't tell anyone in practice. And Bill, as in Self, or Bill's hole, Bill said, don't half-ass it if you're going to play. If not, sit. And then DP, Peterson, said, F it, I'm out. So that is what was captured on some gentleman's phone while he was texting it. Barstool, Arizona gets that video, and then that is sent out on Twitter. And so this gentleman's text now becomes public knowledge and all over the atmosphere for college basketball fans and or degenerate gamblers.
How close over someone's shoulder do you have to get with your phone to video it while he's texting?
And why are you
Good Zoom
recording
work.
it, though? Like, do you know that this person is about to say something interesting? Like, why would you just randomly be recording a person texting?
You'd have to be.
Exactly.
It's almost as if he knew he's about to type something really incriminating.
Right.
It's just a guy sitting there on his phone. Have you ever said, Doug's sitting in front of me, I'll just record him texting in case he says something damning.
Like, I'm really curious about that part.
Right.
How often do you sit there and then the guy's holding up the phone at an angle where there's no interference in between the person recording the person texting and holding up the phone? That, to me, intrigues me a hell of a lot more.
But also,
And then what's the legality of that?
And then also, who is he texting? Is it the director on ESPN, like, hey, just so you know, or is it his friend who's placing wagers? Like, well, and I feel like Kansas was saying, we're going to look into this. There's nothing to look into if it's accurate. I feel like they were just kind of saying, like, from the gambling standpoint now, with everybody needs to know who's in, who's out. I wondered if that's why they were so concerned, Kansas, to say, we'll get to the bottom of this. But you're right. Who hits record on a guy in front of you texting? But the information was important information.
I want a breakdown of that. And that's just kind of like, yeah. Well, how about the text, what he said? Well, how about the MF for recording the guy texting?
Right.
And then what's the legality of that? Who got that? He's recording somebody's private text and then sending it out?
Yeah, would that be illegal?
That's
somehow?
what I'm saying.
Probably not. If you're in public, probably not. But it does sound like the conversation a coach would have with a star player. I don't want you going half
with this
speed
guy's
out
track
there.
with this guy's track record in
Yeah.
particular.
Yeah.
I mean, Jackson, this is his talent and his lack of stick-to-itiveness, I guess,
Right.
would be what he is known for.
Yeah, I almost feel like there's something deeper going on with it. Like obviously I'm not going to speculate because there's a myriad of reasons why, but it's like once you're at an 11 missed games in a 24-game span, and you are undoubtedly the best player in college basketball, or if not one of the, it's just really odd. But I still like. After all of this, he's probably still going to be picked number 1 overall, if not 2 or 3.
Well, and I saw a Jeff Goodman tweet that said, NBA executives tell me they're not concerned about this, doesn't affect his status. And then my guy Harold, who's at the Fox 4, said, yeah, but when you're in college and you have 1 year at it, you sure wouldn't mind maximizing as opposed to a 15-year NBA career.
Right.
And I just in general, just taking a step back, taking the guy recording the guy texting out of the conversation. From a competitor standpoint, when you think about the greatest competitors you've watched in sports, or you can make an observation in business, take your pick. Who amongst those people who are in your mind right now, Jordan, Tiger, take your pick, whomever, locally, Albert Pujols had that in him, who wouldn't want to do whatever possible to get on the floor when you're taking on the number 1 undefeated team in the country in your home building?
Yeah.
He's either more sick than what we think, or he's just a real jerk.
Okay, then what's he doing out on the floor?
It's one or the
practicing
other.
in
Right.
warm-ups?
That's the thing. It's like flu-like symptoms. Like if it's like a strained calf or something, I get being out there. But like if you're saying you have flu-like symptoms, I am sick. I just don't get being in a crowded, loud building where TV cameras are going to be on you the whole time. I get being there for your team. I get that.
Yeah.
But if you're truly sick, like, I don't know.
There's degrees of sickness,
Sure,
too. There's
sure.
like, I can't get out of bed. And then there's,
Sure.
I don't know, I think I could play college basketball. I'm not sure. I mean, he can't be this horrible of a human being, can he?
No.
Doug, do you see videos online of olds texting in larger font about how horny they are? That's from Rusty Pecker. Jackson,
haven't.
are those going on?
I have seen those before.
You have?
So an older guy is writing in big font, I am horny?
Is it
They're
Sam
like
Elliott?
texting somebody or maybe a service about like their desires.
Where have you seen this?
Oh, Twitter.
You're not videoing anyone as they do this.
No, I don't video other people's texts. That
Well,
seems
Tim,
like
what
a
if
bad
somebody
idea.
comes forward that was at Fog Out and said, I recorded the guy recording the guy? And then I'll just like keep going a row back. and
like a
I
Russian
recorded
nesting
him
doll.
while he was recording that.
Is that Russian nesting doll? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
It's the title of the segment.
Russian nesting doll.
yeah. You remember those?
Yeah, you got a little doll and you break it in half, and
big
there's a
one.
slightly
Yeah.
smaller one, then
Yeah.
smaller.
Yeah.
If he's so sick, you aren't sitting with other teammates. The coaches wouldn't even want him infecting others. That's from Beer Cats.
Depends on if you're contagious, this, that, the other. I just don't, like, if I'm sick, I don't want to be at Fog Allen. Like, that's not where I'd want to be.
He's a weak ass from Jackson's weak generation. That's from former TMA fan page moderator.
your
I was
Neil Allen,
wondering.
Craig Paquette.
I was wondering how this would come back on me.
I don't know the circumstances at all, but I do know I've been around, and myself, even in high school basketball, where you think, I don't know, I had the flu the last couple of days, but I think maybe I could play. And you go to the game and you warm up and you shoot around and you say, oh boy, I guess not. It's not always so cut and dried as I'm so sick I should never leave the house, and I'm too sick to play against the number 1 ranked team in the country.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, I just
That
did.
is the business model
Yeah.
for our industry in 2026.
I'm just saying sometimes it's not so cut and dry. It sounds like Self has had enough of his act, but there are times where you're not sure if you can play or not, and you go out and you give it a whirl and you say, better not.
Sure.
This caller, Ellen, is feeling, Doug, is it amorphous? Amorous? Hell, I don't know.
I don't know how
She's
she's feeling.
feeling love.
Okay.
She texted in, I really love Tim. And I love Jackson and his generation almost as much as I love Tim.
Oh, God.
Like that's from caller Ellen,
Lemmy
who
never
is
stops.
active
Never stops.
in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And is it amorous?
I think that's what it
Is that what
is.
it is?
Showing, feeling, or relating to sexual desire.
Whoa.
She rejected his amorous advances.
Nice.
Oh, you used it in a sentence.
Yeah, that
Well,
was sick.
Google did. I just read.
So, Papers, why do people like you not want to play when it's a big game? I don't understand.
I want to play anytime.
Can you imagine that? God, it's
I
number one
wanted to
ranked.
play.
Yes. That's the thing. I would
was-
separate that.
And
I
Bill
was
Self
shelved.
now 40-0. That doesn't seem possible on Big Monday. 40-0.
That
And I
game's
know
played on
that-
a neutral site. I'm not touching Kansas, even if I'm getting 6.5 points. Fog Allen, that's just the way that it works.
I've never been there.
I've been.
I haven't either.
They go play at Arizona on February 28th.
Oh, how do you do? Michigan and Illinois on February 27th and Kansas, Arizona on the 28th.
Yeah, it is exciting.
So Tim wins the bet. Jackson,
Yep, I paid him.
you had to feel pretty good, the opening tip, when you saw Peterson wasn't playing.
That and Arizona came out firing at the beginning.
Were you expecting a text where I bought out of the wager?
I was kind of hoping. Because Arizona started just coming out, couldn't miss a shot. Burris is so good. Koa Pete was cooking. Just couldn't happen.
Like I said, I was at Elevate in Lake St. Louis, so I had the half-hour drive back to my home, and I get out of my car, and I see I have a text from somebody saying, I guess Arizona's going to shoot 85% tonight. I go, looks like I'm losing the bets.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the bet with Jackson. I had more on it on our friends, our sites, and one of the bets I made that I didn't hit was the alt line of Kansas minus 6.5, which paid like 3.25 to 1.
Yeah, because if you're in the lead and you're going to foul, it makes the sense.
So I didn't hit that, but otherwise.
I got to give credit where credit's due. As much as I dislike Kansas and everything about it, Allen Fieldhouse, when it's at its peak, is what an atmosphere. And what a television viewing experience.
I was thinking on a dead Monday, day after Super Bowl, and then Scott Van Pelt, he's got Bill Self live as a guest. It's like for ESPN, it was the perfect
it was
Monday after
It was money.
Super Bowl. It
Yeah.
was the best thing on TV for sure.
They threw down a dunk, and the camera, which is obviously way far away from the student section, is literally shaking. Like the camera was shaking. I was like, damn.
And how about the kid Cousins? Was it Melvin Cousins that went to St. Bonaventure?
Melvin Council.
Council, sorry. Went to Bonaventure last year. The year before that, he was at Wagner.
Yeah, he's a ball player, man.
From the 913 over in Kansas, but listening to St. Louis. You doofuses, just admit Kansas City and KU have more success than old St. Louis NFLS metropolitan area.
Ooh.
That's from the Mayors of America.
Stop it, Mayor. I guess it's true at the moment. It hasn't always been true. Right now, it's kind of hard to argue.
So we're
with
saying
that.
nice things about Kansas, and then we got
This
Harpoon?
is the thanks we get.
Oh, yeah. I was fired up. My wife goes, why are we watching this? Let me guess. And I
Was
go,
that
"What
about
you-"
sports finals? Oh, that was about
So,
the game.
so we were still
Okay.
up, which is why the J.J. Weatherholt, now we're full circle, Russian nesting doll?
Yeah.
I was watching that, and my wife goes, "So Martin does this live?" And I go, "I don't know if it's live, but you just done the Kansas Arizona highlights, right?"
Yep.
So I'm like, "It's obviously live." And then you get home at what, 11:15?
About 11:30 or so. Yeah.
Oh my
right to
God!
bed.
And get up at what time?
I get up about 5:45. Usually, one of my first things is to text papers
To let them know.
that I'm up and moving.
I didn't send him any TikToks this morning. You probably were wondering about me.
Yeah, but you sent one, last night or the afternoon?
Nevin Shapiro is all over
I
it.
noticed he's made the dossier. He's packed for more.
Yeah, he's got an open invite.
But now Tim and his wife, they're hooked. They're going to
can't
watch
get enough sports
Going to
Bible.
watch every single night. But then I have a window. Sometimes onboarding also means napping, but
Yeah.
which is nice. But we put that Kansas game in the first block. Doug, we call it the first block.
Yeah, I know.
And it's Kansas, Arizona. Yeah, our Mizzou fans might be interested because they root against Kansas. But we said, wow, that game delivered. Because everything else was kind of old news. I mean, to be honest.
Outside of the Pistons and Hornets fight.
And you
Boy, that
can't
was
do
good
anything.
stuff.
Can't do anything with the Olympics.
Right. I can't even
Did
mention.
you see beef stew come off the bench to come fight Miles Bridges? Oh, man.
Doug, do you hear that?
I know.
Isaiah Stewart, they call him Beef Stew because he loves to fight.
Yeah. What are you guys going to talk about? Soccer? Going with the Beakers over the local 11. Makes you think. Thanks. Hashtag free perk. Go Martin. That's from Brian Henshin, Doug.
Okay, knock it
on
off,
his way
Henshin.
back from Santa Clara.
And we had tension last week.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Sorry, Martin.
I wonder
They
if
have
we can
a,
stay at
kit-
Henshin's place for the Final Four.
Kit reveal tonight. And it's not a road kit. It's a secondary
Doug,
kit.
you want to come over and watch the kit reveal?
I'd rather look at the uniforms.
Well, that's what it is.
I know.
They have a new uniform, not replacing City Red.
Okay.
This is for primarily road games. There's been a little bit of a leak with the uni. Some people not happy.
Guys, my son applied to KU. I told him if he went there, he would never see the $13.75 inheritance he is due. Fortunately, he's not too bright, and he didn't get accepted and ended up going to Mizzou. Doug, that's from Bill and Ted on Broadway.
So that's a compliment or a dig at Mizzou.
Kind of everybody took a shot there.
That's the best kind of
kid
tax.
included.
The kid and himself. $13.75 inheritance. No good.
Oh, okay. All right. Trust fund guy. Here we go.
Yeah, sorry.
At least I
Why are you
wouldn't.
looking down on people's wealth?
Yeah. Could you imagine the slap in the face it would be at your parents' funeral and they hand you a check for $13?
It's better to get nothing. It's better to get nothing.
Oh,
than
sweet, I
that.
can get a sandwich on the way home.
At least you wouldn't face any inheritance tax.
Yeah, it's true.
I like the movies when they read the will and all the kids are sitting there and it's like, Dad never liked you. Just spills all the hate.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'd just like to preemptively state that Sharon sucks. Buzz off, yappy. Doug, that's from
Oh,
Arbor Day.
not nice.
Sharon has not, she might have texted in, but we haven't read it yet. And that's a preemptive text anticipating Sharon being active from Sanibel, Florida. You are welcome to text in as well and attack your own wealth, attack your children's intelligence, and attack us. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Big Blonde Dan, Walrus King, John Scores, DJ Patty Cakes. They are all in there. And, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Kind of a little fun statistic here for you, Doug.
What?
It's February 10th, and we have not had a repeat winner yet in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month standings. And coming up in the month of March, looks like it's going to go from March 2nd, which I gather is a Monday, to March 30th, which I can confirm also is a Monday. We will have a $5,000 prize for the winner of the email of the month, as another business wants to follow the lead of the great Seth Goldcamp and say, you know what, we're gonna own the month of March.
Oh, good.
So we will have that announcement once everything is finalized. But I was with the owner of said business yesterday, so fired up about that, as another big email of the month competition will take place on this presentation. Design Air and Seth Goldcamp came up with the whole idea. Tip of the cap to him. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and you can become a client as well just by going to designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor on this show. He goes back more than a decade with TMA. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hello, Yakety.
Doug, you enjoying this?
Yeah, Gentle on My Mind, Glenn Campbell.
No.
Well, this is not Glenn Campbell on the sax, but it was his song originally.
Yes. Boots Randolph.
Oh, of course, Boots.
Bootsy Tuesday.
I wonder if Boots did it first and then Glenn Campbell did a different rendition.
This is from 1971.
Man, I enjoy this.
about the
Boots
same time
Randolph
period.
brings it strong.
I have to tell you, I could settle in. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour as we broadcast from the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation, which you can watch on the TMA STL YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe to it because you'll be able to watch us from Cardinal Spring Training starting on Monday. That presented to you by Healthcare Evolution online at healthcare-evolution.com. Doug, Boots Randolph bringing us back from break and setting the stage for a Jim Dandy of a 7 o'clock hour where Evil Calvin is irritated by St. Louis University and says, FYI, SLU has not played a ranked team since March 2024 and will not the rest of the year. Either move to a real conference or schedule real non-conference games. That's from Evil Calvin.
First of all, stop yelling at us. Second of all, they can't help what their conference does. If they had their druthers, they would probably move on to a different conference if they could get that done. But they can't help that the rest of the conference is down this year. Can't help it. Nor can they help that other top teams won't play them in the non-conference portion of the schedule. But it's true that they haven't beaten any ranked opponents, but they haven't had the opportunity to play them.
Doug, I'm going to make love to my wife while listening to that song. It's from Marsha's Burner.
It's a great song. I don't know if that was a Boots Randolph song originally, and Glenn Campbell said, hey, I can do something with that.
You know what I'm going to do?
Because it was a big hit.
I'm going to find out.
Okay.
Because I like this Boots Randolf. I think he's got blue feet.
Remember, Boots Day was on the LaRussa staff.
That's
at one
right.
point.
Cardinal for a little bit.
I always thought it was a made-up name, but it was Boots Day.
Boots Day, yeah, I remember him. Utility infielder, if I remember correctly.
Guys, Gentle on My Mind was written by St. Louisan John Hartford.
What was it?
How about that? St. Louisan. Friend of the program.
Well, I don't know.
I think it's safe to say he probably would have been a friend of the program.
Well, it could have been.
Did you see over the weekend Kevin Nealon was advocating for a star on the St. Louis Walk of Fame? And then it was revealed Kevin Nealon was born in St. Louis.
We've had him on at least twice because I can picture him being in the HD2 studio down the hallway and then over at KFNS in Webster Groves, Martin. And he said he was born here, but he was only here for like a couple of weeks or something.
It says his dad was an aircraft company executive, so I'm assuming McDonnell Douglas back
There
in
was
the
some
day.
tie. Maybe it was born at St. Louis University. I don't know. There was some tie to St. Louis University, if I'm not mistaken, when he tells that story. He's always a great guest.
Always a great guy, too.
Yeah.
Very pleasant.
I feel like the subliminal thing is constant with him. He's always kind of making a surprisingly witty reference. You got to pay attention, Doug.
Right.
As my phone jumped from Wi-Fi to satellite, I heard my name. Not sure what was said, but I'm just replying like a flare. That's from Sharon in Clayton. So she heard her name as her phone was switching from Wi-Fi to satellite.
Okay. I think someone was advocating that she stop yapping. But she's probably happy that she missed it.
Jackson,
Yo.
thank you so much for being too adamant about Arizona yesterday. After hearing your prediction last year of Mizzou beating Drake and claiming that Mizzou is as good as SLU this year, I knew I needed to bet my bankroll on Kansas last night, and I was paid handsomely. You don't know ball, virgin. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
How'd that feel?
I'm glad I made money.
This fella said you don't know ball.
Well, that's patently false. That's okay.
Kevin Nealon's the new Sinbad. That MFer is on that skeleton daily. That's from
was he?
Arbor Day.
Not daily, but there's 2 segments there, so.
What, one at KFNS and one on HD2?
Yep.
There you go.
He was on the Riz show last week.
How about that?
Was he?
Yep.
So he's in town. Okay.
He was.
yeah.
We did shows this weekend. This past
Okay,
weekend.
so that's why. He must have been on the 2 Fox and said he was
Oh, is that right? Was he on the 2
Well,
Fox?
that's the headline I saw, was that he would like a St. Louis, a star on the Walk of
I
Fame.
think he's earned it.
Well, for sure.
Tall drink of water.
Akon, Kevin Nealon, who else?
SZA.
St. Louis's own SZA.
He's certainly a big enough star. The question is he really from here? Do you consider yourself
He
from here?
acknowledges that he is born here.
Yeah. Does that make you a St. Louisan?
Yes, sure.
You get birthright citizenship?
He feels like he's one of us.
Okay, well,
Let's have him on the
Happy to have
show,
him.
although apparently he's been on a bunch.
He has.
That Kevin Nealon interviews are the highlights of the skeleton. That's from
Really?
Newt Bowl eligible.
He's great. Both of his appearances on the program that play in the skeleton are fantastic.
If you ever want to listen to the old Kevin Nealon interviews, Martin, just tune into TMA all day. It plays every couple hours. That's from MB 2020. Now the skeleton.
That's inaccurate.
Where are my SLU plus $50,000 national championship ticket holders at? That's from the Lion's Choice enthusiast.
50,000.
I've got a ticket at plus 40,000. I was slow on the draw. I think they're down to like plus 7,000 now to win the national championship, for the record. Doug, if you're interested in firing a bullet on
Still
that.
be a pretty good payoff.
Yeah. That wasn't a flex, Sharon. Back to the cold calls. Halfway through Q1, and you're already off pace for the quota. That's from Carlos Spicer. Well, Doug,
They're mad at her, and she didn't even say anything.
Saying she's cold calling people.
That's exactly right. That's what she's got going on. The email of the day coming your way at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. And we also welcome you to participate by calling in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101 is historically Tuesdays are for phone calls on this program, Doug. That's where the listeners call in and kind of talk it over with you, like Steve did last week from the Joey Bees in South County.
Yeah.
Fungo called in, previewing the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament.
He was
finals.
picking up the trophies, Doug, before the tournament,
That's
so they'd
right.
already been engraved.
Yeah, we like those calls. I do anyway.
We had Jim twice. We had Steve. Steve was the Billy G's guy that might have started early.
Yeah, Joey Bees. But I think all part
Okay,
of
he was at Joey
the
Bees.
family. And Harrison's brother Master says, "I love you, Sharon." So this alliance is starting to have romantic overtones.
It feels that way.
Doug, I know you didn't get a chance to watch the WWE last night, but
Didn't.
good news, Larry Nickel is on the line.
Oh,
good morning,
good.
Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Yeah, hello, Nixie.
How you doing, Doug?
I'm fine. You?
I'm doing great. You need to get Netflix so you can watch wrestling.
Well, I have Netflix, and yet still I don't watch it. I watched a little
Why
Olympics
not?
last night.
I know, but wrestling takes precedent over the Olympics.
I don't think so. So what happened last night that made it so entertaining?
Well, last night there was a match for the World Tag Team Championship where the current champion of the Usos
Usos.
took on, the Usos took on Otis and Akira Tozawa, otherwise known as Alpha Academy. And the winners of the match, and still your World Tag Team Champions, the Usos.
Usos.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah, nice win. Doug, I don't know, if you've been monitoring kind of this transcends sports, there's a masked man who continues to get involved in these matches.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And the
nobody
referees just can't stop him, right? Have no way at all of stopping this outside interference.
He's a masked man.
Okay.
Larry, what's going on with this?
Well, it started back in Survivor Series last year, and the first masked man turned out to be Austin Theory. That was helping out the team of Seth Rollins, Braun Breaker, and Boston Reed.
I knew it was going to be him.
And then Austin Theory joined the group. They kicked out Seth Rollins and brought in Logan Paul. And Seth Rollins has been out with injury, so he had to be stripped of the world title.
He's been all over TV, though.
Yeah, he's still on TV. And this time, we don't know who this masked person is.
Oh, okay.
He was underneath, and I was underneath doing it with him.
Oh!
I'm not going to do that. That jump with the response.
No, I don't think it does.
Well,
All right.
also last night,
Yeah, what else?
there were 2 qualified triple threat matches for the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. One for the women, which saw Ivy Nile, Rhea Ripley, who is one half of the women's tag team champions, and Lyra Valkyria. And Rhea Ripley punches her ticket to the Elimination Chamber match. And for the men, it was Austin Theory, Penta, and L.A. Knight. That is where the Masked Man made his appearance. And the winner of that match was L.A. Knight.
Nice win. Larry, what are you watching this morning?
I was just going to say, I think it was a Jacoba. Turn on your car radio if you don't mind. We have to tell our listeners to turn on their TV. I think Larry's pretty loyal to the 2 Fox.
Bingo!
Hey, bingo.
That's a nice feather in your cap.
Although one time, I believe, was it Storage Wars, Tim?
George Wars. He likes a lot of Brooke Burns programming. Larry, do you have the top 5 countries at your disposal?
Yes, I do. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Number 5 will be Italy.
Italy. Okay.
Because they're hosting the Olympics.
Yes, they are.
Number 4 will be Australia.
Okay.
Number 3 will be Greenland.
Greenland, number 3. Okay.
Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Okay.
Yes. Listen to that, Doug.
We've never
Freebird.
really been knocked off that lofty perch.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is,
All right,
Larry
thank you,
Nickel,
Nixie.
with a WWE recap. This masked man starting to get news attention as the networks and the Wall Street Journal are covering it.
Doug, how much would it cost for you to sit down for 3 hours on a Monday night and watch WWE to completion?
With names I've never heard of.
Well, the masked man doesn't have a name. He's just a masked man.
No phone, no playing crossword puzzles. You got to sit there and stare like Clockwork Orange. You have to have your
3
eyes
hours.
peeled open.
Do they have a season, or is it year-round? Is it every Monday?
Year-round. Year-round. There's
Every
money to be
Monday.
made year-round, baby.
And they go city to city, and it's every Monday, and it's on Netflix.
I believe to be
I've been meaning to get to that.
You're also leaving off Friday SmackDown, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah, you got both.
That's right. And we used to carry that on the 2 Fox. And now it's
You lost
on...
the rights?
What's it on now?
Netflix, isn't it?
The Friday?
Aren't they the same thing, Doug?
I don't know.
Is there really a difference between SmackDown and Raw?
Oh,
It's 2 different shows, just 2 different nights.
the blue brand and the red brand. They have a draft every year. It's a big to-do.
Okay.
Okay.
You should watch it on Friday nights.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
Well, you're welcome to get involved on the program by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. You can call in just like Larry did. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And, of course, you are welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners. Open up your YouTube app on your phone and then type TMA STL and now subscribe to the program, and you can watch the show and participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It is Polos Plus that sponsors the dossier, and we are thrilled to be in business with Polos Plus. And we got Polos Plus stuff with Jackie Papers does.
look at
Let me
this
see what you got
jacket.
going
Jacket.
on. Oh, sharp look.
Yeah, look at
Sharp
that
look.
TMA logo on the side there. Look at that lining, Doug. Look at that lining.
Boy, it's
telling you.
fur
You
encrusted.
look like a Price is Right model. Did you see the way he stroked
Yeah, he
the
did.
line?
Yeah, I know how
You're
to
a
sell product.
spokesperson right
Yeah,
there.
That's right.
It's Polos Plus. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear for your business shouldn't be. And that's why Polos Plus exists. Polos Plus is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson, with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. And what Polos Plus does is offer brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on and on. And then all you do is upload your brand's logo, and they can put it where you want it to appear on this high-quality merchandise. This is a local company. It's locally owned, it's locally operated, and been in the St. Louis area for 3 decades. There's the credibility. Here's the incentive. Go to polosplus.com and take 10% off your order with the promo code TMA. 10% off your order with the promo code TMA. And if you want to talk directly to Andrew, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA. I got a call, Doug. Is it at 2 o'clock today with Andrew or 3?
I
think it's at 2. And we're going to try to get some Polos Plus merchandise with the TMA logo for public use and not just for people like Jackson.
Yeah, not the elites.
I got an order
elites.
coming. It's being shipped, I believe.
It's really
Can't
good
wait.
stuff.
It gets there quickly once they say it's shipping.
He didn't mess around.
Yeah,
He's
it's
doing
really
some good work. It's
high quality.
polosplus.com. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was also saying to my wife while watching Sports Final last night, Martin. This Polos Plus. polosplus.com, promo code TMA, 10% off. Take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the name of the website, and what it does is get you into a vehicle no matter what the situation, no matter what your circumstance. AutoLoan Pro gets you the best rate possible, also gets you that car with little to no money down. They know that anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoan Pro. Great website. AutoLoanPro.com. Free playbook on the website that educates you on the credit industry, how it all works, and how to help you get the car of your choice in the future. They're part of the Lita family. They work with over 50 different lenders. That's how they get you the best rate possible. Making that large purchase can be complicated, even if there's a hiccup there. Doesn't matter. Auto Loan Pro gets you back on track. So think about it. New vehicle, fixing your credit, all in one spot. AutoLoanPro.com. Again, get that free playbook while you're there. Powered by the Lita family. The only thing to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Kansas takes down #1 Arizona at home last night, 82-78. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Under midtown lights, where the hardwood gleams, there's a band of billikens chasing bigger dreams.
What is this, a Pelican song? This is new.
Like an old brass tune. March Madness coming, and it's coming soon. Green and Sharma from a parking lot. Let it fly, boys, it's money on the spot. Dunlop's got that swagger, smooth and coy. Yeah, that kid's a bad shooting white boy. And the city leans in close when the shack light starts to fade. Oh, sing it loud, St. Louis blue. This dream season might just carry through. Sweet 16, hey, why not more? Hear those echoes of a Final Four. Quentin Jones, kid runs the whole parade. Silk through traffic, never afraid. Kellen and Paul, oh, clear the lane. Highlight dunks bring thunder like rain. Robbie leads with the goggles on tight. Beautiful passes, keeps the fire just right. Amari drives, takes it straight in style. No fear in his heart, just a Billiken stride. And the whole arena.
Marsh's burner is back, Doug. He says, I'm going to make love to my wife listening to this song, too.
I can see why.
Oh, sing it loud.
Is this a Rogers and Hamilton?
No. Chairman, you forwarded this to me from a different listener, right?
That's correct. He didn't say whether or not to mention his name, but well
I
done,
had
sir.
it sent to me. But I thought it was sent to me in Jackson. Oh, no, it was sent to the Morning After account. And I haven't had a chance to listen to it, so I assume that's where you got it from? All right.
God in the whole damn town.
Doug, the listeners are making music. Sweet, sweet music. And Marsh's burner is making love. Sweet, sweet love.
This is our first time we've had a Billiken song?
I think so.
Yep.
Well, you can see why AI is a real threat to displace a lot of what's going on in the music industry.
So you're operating on the premise that that's AI.
Yeah, because one guy can type that into a computer and the computer spits that out, as opposed to how many people do you have to get together, schedule their time, write the music, rehearse, do it. It would take weeks probably to get a song like that.
This AI crap's annoying. Why do we need to hear 5 minutes of it? That's from Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who has a Texas A&M avatar in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
If nothing, if not consistent.
Doug, do you think Larry Nickel was AI today? Was that a
Could
real
have been.
person? Could be.
Doug's little river birch asks, as a parent, do you get sad for your son if he goes bald?
Depends on the age, I think.
Probably.
Yeah, if he were 9 or 10 and was rocking the horseshoe haircut, you'd probably feel
Well,
sad.
do you think Johnny Sins Sr. is sad for Johnny Sins with the work he's doing?
Probably not.
See? There you go. There's your answer, Doug's little river birch.
I think Vin Diesel's dad cares, cashing checks.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Think about
Fast and Furious 12. Jackson, why don't we do a movie boy on all of the Fast and Furious?
I don't really like that franchise.
I know. I assume that.
Well, there's some crummy franchises I like, but
Give me an example of one.
Crummy
Boy.
franchise.
I like the Planet of the Apes movies.
Flip that off.
Oh, my.
That was the reaction I was hoping for.
Those are fun.
Oh, gosh, just so stupid.
What's stupider? Those are the WWE Recap.
Tied for first.
Wow.
You're welcome to call in with your thoughts on the Planet of the Apes franchise. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can also text in, as many are choosing to do. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Let's see. And then, of course, you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Doug's Lil River Birch wants to know if parents feel bad when their children are bald.
Well, if at a young age, sure. But if they're, 40 or 50, they don't get over it.
That's what you can discuss in these various platforms on this program. And subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. Jackson Burkett is a man of honor. The moment Kansas defeated Arizona, Doug, I was $25 richer.
Were you really?
Because this guy sent over the Venmo payment, and I was getting 2.5. Rock Chalk Jayhawk knocks off Arizona. Jackson, they were talking about it on the broadcast. Does Arizona remain a number one team in the country, even with woozing?
Yeah, I think, is there a more excusable loss in college basketball than at Allen Fieldhouse? Even without Darren Peterson in the lineup, I think that Arizona has proven that they are cream of the crop.
What about Michigan?
Yeah.
Michigan is really, really good. And if they put them at 1, I wouldn't be, upset. I really care either way. But I guess I would understand it, but I still think Arizona's the best team in the country.
This is Tommy Lloyd, head coach of Arizona, following the game. And what he's asked about
Darren
not
Peterson.
Playing Darren Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How difficult?
Guys, Kansas is a hell of a team. Let's not make this about Darren Peterson. He didn't play because he was sick. They beat the number one team in the country at home tonight. They did a hell of a job, and their coach did a hell of a job. That should be the story.
Okay, don't get mad at everybody.
And I think he's a pretty calm. Out of all the Banty college coaches, I think he's a pretty calm guy. I met him a couple of years ago, one of those MAC basketball awards.
Oh, is that right?
Very low key. I think he was a long-time Mark Few guy, right? As an assistant.
He was a Gonzaga assistant.
Yeah. But seems to be pretty calm. But every college coach has it in him on that podium to kind of be in charge of the room, to school everybody.
Bill Self was asked about Darren Peterson's illness.
Bill, you mentioned it being unclear if Darren would be able to go. Was there a reason he wasn't on the availability report today ahead of game time?
Yeah, because we thought he'd go. Yeah, we thought he'd go. So I thought adrenaline would kick in, and he would go. So, and he was at shoot around today. He was out there, but just what you could just tell he didn't feel great. But we were all hopeful that he'd kick in and be ready to go. So. You sound like you bet on the game. But no, there was no ploy with that at all.
I think that's kind of funny that he said you sound like you bet on the game. But they thought he could go. I think he was kind of painting. Remember, the skipper would say guys are ouchy.
Yeah, that was that's what you say about J.D. Drew.
Yeah. Hey, we noticed J.D.'s not in the lineup, Tony. It's a little ouchy.
To me, him saying I thought adrenaline would kick in was maybe representing something else.
Yeah, there were some tells to be picked up there.
Yeah.
That's a song and dance. That's a tough spot for a coach, too.
Really tough spot. And you could, after the game, he's walking around the floor, screaming and exclamation of how excited he was. Yeah. So it felt like it was I didn't think we were going to be able to win this game without Peterson.
Yeah.
Bill's done with him. That's from the Crystal City Liquor Man in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Yeah, now, if you're a psychologist and Peterson is your patient, what would you think is the reason why he wouldn't want to play if, in fact, he could have?
This is purely speculation, which is unfair to the young man. He's only 19, but if you're putting tape out there for NBA scouts and you want to go number one, and you're playing a team like Arizona who's famous for physical defense and they're going to key in on you, maybe you don't want that out there. And maybe you'd rather have your performance against Missouri or, Texas Tech out there. But again, that's purely speculation. I have no idea. Maybe he truly was sick.
Well, I think that's a good rationale, though. If you're thinking
that's what my theory would be, because he misses some of the big games.
Right. I think he missed the BYU game, too.
Well, then he must not have much self-confidence. Because that would also been the time to shine and say, look what I can do against the best.
I would think so, too. But, in the games he does play, he's outstanding. He's unbelievable and confident when he shoots. So I don't know.
Hey, Papers.
That's me.
Please explain to me how a number 5 Illinois loses to Michigan State on the road in overtime and drops 5 spots, yet Duke loses on the road and stays number 4. And you're saying Arizona loses and just stays number 1? Please explain that to me. That's from Infatuated with Doug's Areolas.
Oh,
You and me both, brother.
The Illini dropped 3 spots.
Yeah,
just
they
for
went
the
from
record.
5 to 8 for the record. Duke, however, did remain at number 4.
Yeah, I don't think that was right that Illinois dropped like it did.
Now, Michigan State, with a loss, but also the big win, stayed flat.
But remember, we've heard from voters who don't really pay attention when they cast their vote.
Yeah, like Nebraska moving ahead of them doesn't make much sense considering Illinois
The
beat them
rankings
head-to-head.
also don't really matter.
They don't matter at all.
It's often fan banter, of course.
Yes, they don't matter at all. But then I guess it's a real toss-up who's better, Michigan State or North Carolina. Both incredibly difficult environments to win in. Both great games, back to back.
The only undefeated, the Miami of Ohio Redhawks.
Yep.
Number 50 in the NCAA net rankings, but yet undefeated. And for the record, in the AP poll, the Billikens move up to 18. And Missouri is on the outside looking in at this moment. But Papers, maybe they get Texas A&M tomorrow night, and you come in here on Thursday, and you are buzzing. And that sends you down to Jupiter with a kick in the ass.
Boy, I sure hope so, Tim. That would be awesome. That's a big
I know
opportunity.
Kwame Voyoukas IV is waiting for you.
Yeah, no, I get it.
6-1-205.
That's right, St. Mary's.
Top 25 teams that have a single loss, one-loss teams in the top 25. Arizona now, Michigan, and the Billikens.
Wow.
How about that? Everybody else has got the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6. One-loss teams. Billikens, Arizona, Michigan.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Nice.
Billikens, shish, boom, bah.
Nice. AP poll's a joke. People have their kids voting for them. Illinois moved up in the Ken Palm, so that's all that matters. That's from the 618.
Yeah, net rankings and Ken Palm are more indicative of a team's ability, I would say.
Because the voters, there's just no possible way they could keep track of all these teams and what they're doing.
Yeah, it's
You
kind
just
of a
don't have time. There's not
kind of
enough
a feel
hours in the
thing
day.
too.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't.
What was our audio? Can we find our friend who had the football vote who was kind of busy and she had a process, but she didn't really want to get too deep into that process,
She just
Doug, as
kinda made
to
it up.
why she just sort of threw her vote away. This kind of gives you a window. This would be the AP Top 25 football poll. I believe a writer out of the California.
If you think I'm going to be able to find this within 10 seconds, you're
Well,
crazy.
I'm
I don't know. I
stretching.
don't remember what the date was when we
I'm
did
sorry.
it.
You're the king of the drops.
That
That's
allows
right.
me to
Tried
read
it.
from the
You're the king
Michelob
of the
Ultra
drops.
YouTube chat, Martin, where they are not. I'm having withdrawals without the Blues, even though they suck. This college hoops talk sucks. That's from Jake, and he's in St. Genevieve.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about the Blues, Doug.
Okay. Well, they're on break now and will be for a couple weeks. So there isn't much happening.
But when they get back,
there probably won't be much happening. No, the return in last place, the Vaughn index of 49 is the Vaughn index. So they're really going nowhere, and they're about to dismantle the club.
So you got that.
That's the state of the franchise.
Jake, let us know if you have any other requests for the Blues conversation. We are standing by to please you and do so with our hands. Jackson, have you found the drop?
No, boy, I've never seen him do this deep a dive. I'm sorry, buddy. I really thought that you had everything at
Well,
your disposal.
if it's a
I'm not
drop,
mad.
if it's a drop, I can get it quickly. This was a piece of audio.
Okay,
that we
that's
had
fair,
from
fair.
Brandon. I
Doug.
know Chairman's over there looking.
Okay,
to
you
see
do your
what we
thing. Doug, yesterday was the 60th anniversary of the NHL announcing the next 6. You know, everybody always talks about the original 6.
Oh, yeah.
The next 6.
When they announced
Golden Seal season.
That's correct.
Hey, are you wanting all the teams?
Well, sure.
Oh, St. Louis,
Well, okay,
Philadelphia,
there you go.
Nice.
Pittsburgh.
Nice.
And then you had
Tim
the
mentioned
Golden
one.
Seals.
There's 4.
And
Nice.
you had the North Stars.
That's 5.
Nice.
And you had it wasn't
It
Atlanta.
actually is near where this lady was who had the vote for college football. Jackson?
LA Kings.
LA Kings.
Oh, that's
How about
right,
that?
that's
the
right,
next
that's right.
6.
September 10th, Jackson.
There you go. Okay. Early in the voting season. Yeah, the Blues anniversary, that was when they announced the next 6. And I believe all the reporting was that St. Louis wasn't exactly a hockey hotbed at the time.
Yeah, I got it right here for
Okay,
us.
old papers. It's just like that.
But as far as what my votes are and what my process is, I wake up early in the morning after covering a game late in the night before. Don't want to go too much into my progress or process or logic, but I will say I appreciate everybody's interaction on social media and all of your feedback.
Word salad.
there's tons of people that vote on the AP poll, and like it's not a
Deflection.
perfect system, but at the end of the day, like no matter who you pick, it does even out because there's so many people who vote. And like I said, it's really fun for discussion. It doesn't, you know, probably matter in the end, but I'm glad that people are having a really good time with it.
Okay.
There's just a lot of people that vote. It doesn't really matter.
And probably a lot of voters just like her.
Doesn't feel too sacred, Doug. When it comes out, a lot of fans want to know how their team is viewed nationally.
Doesn't really matter when it gets down to the seeding for a tournament. But when you're talking about trying to get a team over, it helps if you can say, oh, they are number, in this case, in St. Louis University, number 18.
Right.
I think for them, it just helps a little bit, that narrative, just kind of that they're one of the teams that have been in the conversation all year. Just think like we see this with these committees in college football. They bring in the eye test.
Eye test.
A lot of times there is a little bit of a narrative that can be attached to a team.
Jackson, sounds like poor naming of files. Properly labeled files could be searched easily. Come on, papers. That's from Marcia's burner.
This is really on you. This is on you.
Okay. I apologize. I honestly thought you're the wizard over there.
No one needs to apologize. It's. I wish it was that easy, as that person said, who is speaking about something he doesn't know about.
Right, sure he is.
Don't want to go too much into my process or logic, but I will say I appreciate everybody's interaction on social media and all of your feedback.
Doug, was that what we call a vocal fry?
Yeah.
Do you think that cleared it up?
Big time.
Kind of cleared it all up?
No, I'm more confused than at the beginning.
Gee, golly gosh, that drop really makes me take some pride in the industry, boys. That's from the Sheepy Reporter.
And I bet if you interviewed a lot of the voters, you'd get similar answers to that. Well, I was covering my own team last night until 1 in the morning.
Yeah, the college
then
football
they wanted
one
my rankings the next
really
day.
bad.
Again, with the skipper, you watch the game? And Charlie and I always were tempted to say, well, I had to run out to Rams Park because they had some media stuff. And then I was in my car, listened to the 4th, 5th inning, and I got here, ate a hot dog. No, not really.
Yeah,
Watch the game?
like Doug said, like if you're like the LSU beat reporter and you, because they've always got the night game, and you're up till 1, 2 in the morning finishing your story, and then you wake up at 10:30 and go, oh crap, I got to submit my AP top 25.
Let me watch a couple hours of that Purdue game,
Right.
see what happened there.
Yeah.
And isn't the AP football comes out on Sunday?
Sunday at noon, yeah.
Which is stupid.
It's
It
crazy.
should come out on Monday. Give those voters, if we're taking it serious,
Yeah.
all day Sunday to sort of go through it.
Correct.
Yeah. When is the waste management segment this week, or are we just ignoring golf again? Doug, that's from Big Tuft, who wants to hear your recap of the waste management from 48 hours ago.
I didn't watch it.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, we had a breakdown.
Yeah, Chris got her up. Sunday charge. He mounted a Sunday charge.
Okay.
What was that, 8-3 yesterday? Golf and stuff? Didn't we? We did.
Of a non-major, would the waste management be what you'd want to go see live in person?
Brandel Chambly said the biggest major is the Players, even though it's not a major. And then Phil Mickelson, who doesn't like Brandel Chambly of the Golf Channel, responded by saying, yeah, I've played in it. I've won it. It's not.
Pretty good comeback.
Yeah.
I think most would say out of the majors, the Masters, you're asking the question out of the non-majors. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a bro factory.
Big time.
And I'm not really...
Sausage fest.
Front nine, you could hang out and not deal with some of the nonsense. But still, you're still...
Isn't that why you go? Because you want to be part of the nonsense?
Chasing that
ass, snorting that horse. Yeah. Chasing that ass, snorting that horse.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. All the above.
Yeah, that's an infidelity hotbed.
You'd have to think.
Yeah.
Pebble would be pretty fun.
Yeah, just to be in that area.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tim, now Doug's prison wallet says golf. Okay, I'm out.
Yep, he's gone.
Yeah.
So, like, they're on because then they got the golf
Jake and St. Genevieve
out.
wanted a blues conversation. I thought Doug gave a really nice breakdown. And then Big Tuft wanted the golf conversation. Then we did the golf conversation. But then, guess what happened? We lost Doug's prison wallet.
Right.
Because some people like some things. Some people don't like other things.
That's right.
You want to talk about golf?
Well,
Doug could not be more wrong. Lots of beautiful women go to Waste Management from the big old pub.
They do? Well, I'm sure that's probably true.
I've been. They do.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Doug. Yes, Doug.
Somehow that's available, Tim. That drop is available.
Guys, top 5 St. Louis hunks. Number 5, New Blue Jack Finley. He is a real hottie.
What?
Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington, Tim, obviously, and my wife does the research. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Doug, he just decided to send in a ranking of the hottest men in St. Louis.
We didn't get a number 4th. We didn't get a 1, though, didn't we?
Something about it was his wife's index of some sort.
Wish I went to Waste Management like 5 to 7 years ago. I don't feel like getting vomited on by a sunburnt fat from Ohio now.
Oh.
That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
They do a lot of vomiting at that tournament?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Although probably not a lot of eating, so maybe that counters it.
Yeah.
Text in 314-399-9646. Call in, like Larry Nickel did at 314-974-0101. Martin, Nevin Shapiro continues to really dig in, and it is high quality stuff. Miami's season opens up. What is it? A week and a half?
No, months. I would say months from now.
Okay. Well, he's still recording his podcast, and he is a believer that Miami will have a Heisman Trophy winner with former Duke quarterback, now Hurricane quarterback Darian Mensah, who was granted his release after some legal issues to go play in Coral Gables. And Nevin Shapiro is fired up, and he is not happy with his co-host.
Heisman Trophy winner.
Going that high.
Putting all my eggs in that basket. He's throwing for 40 touchdowns this year. That type of season. 4,000 plus.
You guys are hearing it. This is
40 touchdowns.
Wow.
4,000 plus.
Okay. So, was he the best option, or was he just the best option available? In your
love
opinion?
him in our scheme, man. Like,
am I stuttering?
I love him.
That's amazing.
This guy.
Was he the best option, Doug, or was he the best option available?
I need to say that to you guys when I say something. Did I effing stutter?
In
I
your
love
opinion?
him in our scheme, man. Like,
am I stuttering?
I love him.
Okay.
He's talking to himself.
Yeah.
He's got a co-host.
Oh, he does?
Yes. Yeah, that's the guy who said that's amazing.
I didn't know he had a co-host.
What a gig.
Looks like his nephew or something.
You know, this industry isn't necessarily surging at the moment, but I mean, I'm buying all the stock in the world on it. And
all right, how much? Okay, get me a guy to run it that doesn't know what he's doing. Won't be a problem at all. We'll fire a few people, then we're going to hire them right back the next day at an increased rate. We got this all figured out.
But what does it have to come to for you to be the co-host on the Nevin Shapiro podcast, where you get yelled at about Miami football 8 months out?
Seriously, that's like, you just sometimes see that with
Am I stuttering?
Football, or some specific podcast that's like very niche, and then what they do in the off season, it's like, ooh, this football podcast will be sampling different pies today. But Nevin sticks with it, which I appreciate.
Was the co-host maybe also the DJ playing the ominous music in the background?
It looks like his nephew. He's at least 20 years Nevin's junior.
Oh, over.
Yeah.
Maybe he just went to a recording studio, kind of like Rich Gould went to the Korean karaoke place.
Yeah.
And they set you up with a booth and they record you.
Yeah.
Maybe it just comes with
arranged podcast.
Yeah, like
host.
you walk in. Yeah, Nevin's here for his 4 o'clock. Anybody want to record it?
You just have to sit there.
And you
with
sit
it.
there like, watch out, this guy. He'll probably draw you into the conversation and then abuse you.
Guys, the co-host sounds surprised he's there on the show. That's
what I'm saying.
Barbarian.
Yeah.
Hey, I had some sex on Saturday. Film bitch wasn't the best option, but he was the best option available. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. You slept with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom?
You know, I don't like to kiss and tell.
Wow. But maybe that's what you meant by when I said, hey, did you watch the Billikens-LaSalle game? And you said I was doing laundry.
Laundry and stuff.
That's my code.
He had to mix it up on Super Bowl Sunday, but Saturday was laundry and
Went
stuff.
over to a 5-time divorcee who has her husband locked up in the pool house, if I'm not mistaken.
Guys, the co-host of the Operating in the Red podcast is the one I texted in about last week, who wears upside down and backwards text hats. That's from Alan Dadeville. Doug, Operating in the Red podcast.
Text hats?
Like the hats with the logos upside down.
Oh.
And you see those in the Central Corridor?
Yeah, there's some stragglers in there.
Guys, I don't want to believe that podcast clip is real. Please tell me it's AI generated. That's from the Hunchback of Castle. Oh, no, it's absolutely real. And it fills my TikTok algorithm, and anytime I get one, it goes right to Jackie Papers.
Yeah, it's a fantastic Google search. Just type in your Google Nevin Shapiro. First up, it comes off American con artist. And then his picture, which is sourced from Forbes, is him staring straight down at his phone, taking a selfie, so he has about 8 chins. I really recommend it.
But his use of sinister music rarely combines with college football anywhere else. So he has got a niche there. And I heard a commercial for Stupiracy, Tim, and it's kind of got a little, I like it. It's got a little of that sinister vibe.
Yes.
I think maybe the production team at Hubbard heard a little bit of that.
Yes.
Heard a little bit of Nevin's work and said, we're going to weave a little bit into it.
That's right.
Give me Tim's voice, and now give me a little bit of creepy undertones.
That's right. Yeah.
An American fraudster received a 20-year prison sentence for orchestrating a $930 million Ponzi scheme. Jesus.
But he's out, obviously, now.
And doing podcasts.
He did 20 years?
No, he only did a year.
Oh, well, that's worth it. If you can get $930 million, spend a year in jail, you'd do that, wouldn't you?
I guess he's on 3-year probation.
I just like the idea that there's a podcast center. He walks in. Jackson, the 4 o'clock show. You want to take this one?
You have
to run the board.
You just get berated.
Yeah.
About a football season that's 7.5 months away.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Hi, guys. I am 7-time divorced. And, Jack took needlepoint to ass. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. So, Doug, she's been divorced 7 times.
Boy.
But she has a great monogramming business. She did acknowledge that revenue was down just a bit in 2025, but they expect some bounce-back numbers here in 2026.
Okay.
Q1 looks great.
Could you imagine getting married 7 times?
I mean, after 6, you got to feel like you're about to hit your stride.
Right, yeah. Maybe I've learned a couple of things after the 5th or 6th.
Larry King, Joan Collins.
He gets celebrities, but...
I suppose if you don't have to sign a prenup before and you're looking for rich guys...
It's a business model.
Yeah, you could make a lot of money that way.
I got Larry King at 7. There was Frida. That was early on, 1952. Doug, then there was Annette. Then there was Aline. Then there was Mickey, then there was Sharon, then there was Julie, and then Sean. From 52 to 2019, the 7 women of Larry King's life.
Wow, Sharon and Clayton not supportive of her former teammate in the alliance with Harrison's brother Master, who earlier expressed his love for Sharon. Sharon and Clayton says 7 times divorced, happy to not be in an alliance with such a loser.
Yeah,
back and forth they go. Back and forth.
I guess to be married that time, you have to be able to turn on the charm to get enough people to say, sure, I'd like to spend the rest of my life with you. And then as soon as the ceremony's over, the real you comes up and they go, oops, mistake. See ya.
Thank you, Iggy. I love you.
Love you, buddy.
Oh, that was Johnny Weir.
Winter Games host Johnny Weir with Ken Iggy Strode. Married 8, divorced 7, still working on this guy. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. So she's actually been married 8 times, but only divorced 7. And this is with her husband, who unfortunately has a button ween.
Oh.
And sleeps out in the guest house by the pool.
That'll happen.
You can text in about it if you'd like, 314-399-9646. We got a surprise guest coming up here on this
that's
Polos
right.
Plus dossier.
Calling us in 5 minutes.
Doug, do you know who it is? I guessed
have no
Ella
idea.
Reese.
Can I have a clue, a hint, something?
It's a surprise to you and Tim.
Papers knows.
I do. This one's special.
Wow.
Is it really?
That's all I'll say.
He knows he gives off tells.
Celeries.
Okay. It's Ella Reese, I told you. I'll take a break, come back with a surprise guest here on the PolosPlus.com dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Little Jackie Papers knows he's not giving off tells. This is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Tim, you like a good guessing game?
I love a guessing game. Doug loves it more than anybody.
Okay. Well, you never know who's going to call into the show, whatever the topic could be. But caller, welcome to the show. Welcome to the airwaves. Have you ever been to St. Louis, caller?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Does that help, Tim? Been to St. Louis.
Didn't get much from that.
You didn't?
Off the list.
Okay. Let's see. Are you busy this time of year?
Absolutely.
Wow, just
Tim, did that help?
There's just not a lot of tell.
Did that
Busy
help?
this time of year. Busy this time of year, Doug.
Okay.
What's going on right now?
I don't know.
Busy on Tuesdays?
College basketball?
Are you involved in college basketball, caller?
Occasionally.
Occasionally he is.
Occasionally
he's
Oh, now I'm thrown for a loop.
Absolutely and occasionally.
Okay. Think about it. What day is it, Tim? What time is it?
Tuesday? Is this Joe Lunardi in bracketology?
Oh, my God, it's Joe Lunardi.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yes! Yes! I've been hitting refresh over and over again for an updated bracketology.
All
I
morning.
can go straight to the horse's mouth.
Yes, it's Tuesday. It's bracketology day, and he's on the line with us, and he gave you no tells.
Yeah, boy, I can't play poker with you, Joe.
Well, it's funny because poker's not my game. I'm more of a pinochle guy.
Oh, Doug, it's your game.
But, it is probably unfair for me to say that I'm only involved occasionally in college basketball. But if you look at the entire calendar year, it's a true statement.
That's accurate. See? So how do you spend the rest of your year, for those not familiar?
I play a lot of really bad golf.
Oh, God bless. What's the index looking like right now? Let's dial in on this.
The index is about 15. I'm a bogey golfer at my club. I'm the 12th seed in the D flight. I'm the 12 that beats the 5.
Dangerous 12.
But I think it means I'm 5 spots away from being the worst golfer at my club.
Now, Tim, you like logistics on this show.
I do like logistics.
Brian Kunderman, the great sports information director for St. Louis U, he and I had kind of workshopped to get Joe on the show. And then last week, Chris May is sitting here in studio, the athletic director, and he says out loud, "Oh, you guys ought to get Lunardi on." And I look at Jackson like, "Oh, for God's sake!" It was already lined up, and I'm like, "Hey, Chris, shut your trap." And then when Chris May left, he said, "I'll text Joe and tell him you guys are good people."
We've been vouched for by the Billiken athletic director. Literally, Joe, as we are. Go ahead, sir.
He just texted me this morning. Chris did. And reminded me that the two of us have something very important in common. And that's, we both have a face for radio.
Nice. I just want to ask Joe, because he's been long time involved on the broadcast, too, with St. Joe's. We're obsessed with the hawk and the flapping wings. Do they sub out at halftime? Is it, in fact, the same person the whole time?
It absolutely is. Even if it goes overtime, stays on the court at halftime. Once the team hits the floor before the game, that is it. The only deviation in my over 1,250 St. Joe's games, and if that doesn't get you out of purgatory, I don't know what will, but it is a couple of years ago, they did for a half Sue Bird, the longtime UConn and WNBA star, for her TV show, debuted Bird, of course, right? And she tried it and had to go under the stands and bail before halftime.
Didn't want any part of it after trying.
Yeah, there have been some great stories. One year it was a pitcher on the baseball team, and after building his arm up, he had like a 1.18 ERA and got drafted by the Yankees. So there's hope.
Well, it's kind of like this show. Many want to come on, but they just can't hang once they get that big opportunity. Joe, everybody wants to know, Billikens, are they a lock at this point, or is that dangerous for us to think that way?
No, they are a lock.
Lock?
How? Well, they're a lock for two reasons. The numbers are excellent, and dare I say, and I've seen pretty much every game, unless it's in direct conflict with St. Joe's. And we get so exhausted and caught up in the numbers, and that's as much my fault as anybody's. But they're really, really good at basketball. And, you just watch. I mean, it's pretty hard, and I wrote this in Bracketology last Friday. It's pretty hard to be first or second in the country at effective field goal percentage on offense and defense. That means that when the Billikens shoot, they score more points than any team in America. And when the other team shoots, they give up fewer points than any team in America. Now, I went 0-15 as a CYO coach back in the day. But I'm pretty sure that if you score easily and the other team doesn't, you're going to win a lot.
Now, your latest bracketology, you've got Mizzou, one of the first four out. What do they have to do to get in?
What did Al Davis say with the Raiders? Just win, baby. I'm sitting here staring at Mizzou right now because a new bracket goes up later this morning, and they're going to be right there again, not quite in, but, in their league, every game is an opportunity to play your way in because you're almost always playing a team equal or above you. And it might be the game of the week in the SEC when they go to A&M. What's that, tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock in St. Louis.
And, I mean, if they win that game, they're going to be in. Right now I have them number 70, which is 2 spots out. And, why not a 7-10 game in St. Louis against, I don't know, a Jesuit school down the street? That'd be fun.
How about that? And that's where the Billikens sit right now at that 7 seed
Maybe,
in St. Louis.
Let me call some people I know. They'll remind me that I don't have a vote, which is correct. But I do play one on TV, a guy who has a vote. So,
well, Joe, the tournament would never do matchups, even though they would have Bill Self in a bracket to play Illinois in round 2. Like they never do that on purpose.
Well, I'm actually one of the few people on the planet who believes that they don't do that on purpose. And the reason I say that is, and it comes with some expertise, I do a seed list and a bracket every night or first thing in the morning. Now, I'm not suggesting that's a healthy way for a person to spend their time, but it happens to be the job, or at least my version of the job. And there are so many rules in terms of placing teams in the field, geography, and other procedures. It's very hard to script matchups, particularly when you're talking about teams from leagues with a bundle of bids, because you have to separate them by round, and you have to follow the mileage chart. I mean, the only person qualified to really do this is like Rand McNally, and I don't think he's ever been on the committee.
Probably not.
Joe Lunardi of bracketology fame. It is a tradition here on this presentation on Tuesday mornings, and the brand new one just came out while Joe has been on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with us. And it does have the Billikens still at number 7, playing in St. Louis, now against Georgia Tech. If memory serves, Joe, it had been New Mexico. Georgia Tech now.
It should be Georgia. Does it say Georgia Tech?
It says Georgia Tech.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm
Uh-oh. Somebody's getting fired.
Somebody's getting whacked.
Somebody just got fired during this interview.
So we got breaking news on this show. It's against Georgia, Doug, the Bulldogs, not the Yellow Jackets.
It might be me.
Maybe you're the one who's gone. And then if they were to win and Illinois were to get past Wright State, it sets up a Jim Dandy on Sunday in St. Louis. I was curious. I was actually looking this up last night before watching Kansas and Arizona, Joe, and that is what we have seen with the committee in recent history since they went to these pods where they would put a team as low as a 7 seed in a geographically advantageous position, like, for example, the Billikens, not playing at Chaffetz, their home floor, but at Enterprise Arena. And I realize there's probably a decent amount that you could cite, but my question, I suppose, is how often, and is this something that they try to avoid when you're not talking about a 1, 2, 3, or 4 seed?
Well, here's what the rule says. The rule says seeds 1 through 4 will be protected from a home court disadvantage in the first round. So there's no rule against a second round game between a SLU and a Mizzou or an Illinois in this case. And the reason why I've had SLU in that slot in a few brackets recently is, I mean, it's not like Illinois is going across the country to play that game, right? Like, they have fans in your city. So it could be debated just how much of a home court disadvantage it is. But I wouldn't get my hopes up, particularly because I think the Billikens are ultimately going to be a better seed than a 7. And the way the bracket is falling with the pods, the geographic placement, I do not think they will ultimately end up in St. Louis. I think they're going to be above that. The St. Louis pod is probably going to host two seeds.
Yeah.
Be led by two seeds, Illinois and Iowa State, the leading contenders at the moment.
In order to keep up,
would mean,
sorry, go ahead.
To be in St. Louis, the Billikens would have to be a 2, a 7, a 10, or a 15 if it goes the way it looks right now.
Yeah, maybe not.
What's their ceiling, though? Slow. You think what's the highest seed they could get to, or lowest, however you phrase it?
I think they could get to a 5. That's really a reach. I mean, they don't have the best non-conference schedule strength number, and at some point, that's going to stick out like a sore thumb if they take a bad loss. I just don't believe they're going to. I think they're going to sweep the Atlantic 10 regular season and tournament. This is the best Atlantic 10 team since Dayton and Obi Toppin in the COVID year. And then you'd probably have to go back to Jameer Nelson and my Hawks in 2004 to find another 18-0 Atlantic 10 team that was this dominant.
In order to keep up with all these teams and to have such an informed opinion, how much college basketball do you watch every day?
Well, is my wife listening?
No.
It's a question I get a lot, and the most honest answer I can give is I do way more tracking than watching, at least at this time of the year. You know, like if it's Maui in November or Champions Classic or Jimmy V, one of those made for TV matchups before we get into conference play, I can sit and watch a whole game like a fan. But at this time of the year, particularly when, I'm giving updates and they're putting changes to the seeds, on the scroll on the bottom of the TV, I have to be tracking multiple games all the time. And that actually kind of diminishes my ability to just sit and watch. That will happen again once the NCAA tournament starts, because then I can just be a fan again. And like a lot of us, that's that's why I look forward to it so much.
Joe Lunardi, the surprise guest. Tim, before he put out bracketology, he wanted to come on this show and kind of have it all happen at once.
Yeah.
Joe, when did you scribble your first bracketology, and how did it gain steam?
Oh, gosh. The very first bracket to run on ESPN.com is so long ago that it wasn't called ESPN.com. It was the initial ESPN website called Sports Zone, and it was February of 1995.
Oh,
wow.
You had to click about 17 times. And then it kind of landed its own page and presence in 2002 and started to get promoted from the homepage. And good golly, if I remember right, that it got, like 250,000 hits in the first half hour. And, I'm not great at the business of business, but we kind of looked at each other and said, maybe we have something here. And ever since then, it's just grown a little bit at a time. They were either foolish or smart enough to put me on TV in the early 2000s. And other than the pandemic year, I've been in Bristol for Selection Sunday ever since.
When you put out your final bracketology right before the real one is announced, how accurate is it usually?
I miss, on average, about 1.2 teams a year. So one seems to be my boogeyman, if you will. Last year I missed two. I should actually say I missed one. The committee missed one in putting North Carolina into the field. There were no bid thieves, and Carolina got in with that 1-12 quad one record, which, all due respect to the good people of the Tar Heel State, there might be 2 or 3 schools in America that could get in the tournament with a 1-12 quad one record, and we don't root for any of them.
Joe Lunardi, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, a surprise guest, Doug. Joe Lunardi on bracketology. Do you want to ask him about how he knows where the games are going to be or anything like that? I mean,
yeah. How do you know exactly where
Doug
all
gets
these games
sideways because he said, "How does he know we're going to be in this? The Billikens are going to Buffalo. How do we know this?
Possibly know."
Well, I mean, you guys have seen the Magic 8 Ball, right?
Yeah.
You shake it up. I shake it up for every team when I put them in the bracket, and whatever city comes up, that's where I put them.
Oh, chances are, Doug.
All right.
All signs point to.
Magic
Remember the old
8
Magic?
Ball.
That's
Yeah.
the key. You could start
No,
your own Dougtology.
Like the selection committee is supported by some great NCAA staffers, and I've been in the room. I've gone through the mock exercise, not for a number of years, but I am doing it again next week. Like they have software. So let's say they're onto the 7 seeds and they type in St. Louis U, it's going to come up with the mileage to every first, second round site. Now, obviously, in the SLU's case, the closest is pretty easy to identify. But let's say St. Louis isn't one of the options for the Billikens. Like, let's say if they come up as a 7, they can only go where the 2s are. So let's say they're a 6, then they can only go where the 3s are. So there'll be 4 options on the board, and they'll know the mileage to each, and they try to slot teams by mileage as best they can without breaking any of the other rules. But suppose Santa Clara is in that pot and St. Louis played them. Well, then they can't go there. And, suppose it's a home court situation. Suppose it's a regular season or a tournament rematch. There's all kinds of rules which we amateurs have to figure out in our head, but they have it all pre-programmed so they can build a bracket quickly or build contingency brackets based upon those Sunday games, right? Like suppose South Carolina, which isn't making the field, gets to the final of the SEC tournament. And they're playing. They got to be ready for that because, CBS is going to start their show one way or the other.
Book your flights, Doug.
Okay.
Get your hotel visits lined up. Let's do it. Let's go. Right. Billikens a lock, Tim, is from the word from Joe Lunardi.
Joe Lunardi, bracketologist, the surprise guest here on TMA with a peek inside the world of bracketology. Joe, appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us as a surprise guest and giving us some insight into this college basketball season.
Well, it's a great story. It's a great team. I'm a fan of the school, and I'll be neutral when it comes to evaluation, but come Thursday at noon, whenever the Billikens play, I'm going to have it on, and I'm going to be wearing blue.
There you go.
We've got the starting time
Look at
here.
that. It's dialed to Thursday afternoon. We already just announced it.
Okay.
Joe, appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
St. Louis, it'll be Friday.
Oh,
Okay.
so there you go. Now it's Friday afternoon. Friday afternoon game.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
See ya.
See ya. It's Joe Lunardi with us here. And Doug, now we know what it's going to be. It's Friday. And it sounds like it's going to be against Missouri. And so, therefore, there will be no geographic advantage because the rule states a top 4 seed can't be at a geographic disadvantage in the first round. So, basically, we just have this St. Louis-centric pod for Illinois, St. Louis University, and Missouri. Jackson, how does that sound to you?
Tournament.
That'd be awesome.
But it requires SLU to be a 7 because the St. Louis bracket sounds like 2 2s, which gets you the 7s and the 10s.
Now, I got to tell you, I when you're looking at the top teams in college basketball right now, and then you're looking at the locations of the first and second rounds, the closest, I believe, I don't know if Ann Arbor is closer to Buffalo or St. Louis. Or Philadelphia?
Buffalo.
I don't know. I mean, either way, point being, there isn't a great location for Michigan. Illinois could be a 1 seed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's without question in play. And then you talk about Iowa State. You talk about the possibility of Purdue. You talk about Kansas. I guess Kansas would go to Oklahoma State, or Oklahoma City, excuse me.
Yeah.
Michigan State, Purdue. And there's another one that would be in the top 5. Point being that there are a bunch of teams that would like to be in St. Louis because it is the closest for them. So I'm not sure on the 2 seed thing. Either way, St. Louis is going to have 1s or 2s. I don't know how that wouldn't happen. There'd have to be a bunch of upsets between now and then. Yeah. But I think Illinois is going to be here. I don't see them losing a bunch of games. They got Wisconsin tonight, and then they have Indiana on Sunday, and then they do the Southern California swing, Doug.
Of course.
Taking on UCLA and USC.
Yeah.
Big Cronin.
And then Bick Cronin, Jackson's guy.
Yeah. Boy, if SLU Mizzou got put in the same. Oh my God.
What would you be doing?
Fun. What would the spread be? That's what I ask people right now.
This is what Jackson's way of saying that Missouri is the better team.
That's not what I said. I said, what would the spread be?
Doug, what would the spread be?
I would think...
Neutral floor. Enterprise Center, Friday at 7 p.m. Sundresses as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, everyone in sundresses.
They won't.
Yeah.
I'd say Billikens 1.5.
Okay.
Look at Jackson kind of condescending.
No, I could see that. That's a pick 'em.
I'd love to see that game, but that of course, it means one of them is bounced in the first round. I don't want to see that either.
But that also means somebody's going to the second round.
That'd be worth it.
And we could have bragging rights part 2. Okay. And it'd be fun to see a rematch after how close the first one was.
In that building.
Yeah.
I thought it was
also... chance to do that?
No.
Okay.
For a guy who's watched a lot of A-10 basketball, he's on the radio call for St. Joe, saying this is the best team since the Obi Toppin Dayton team. And then going way back, St. Joe's made a Final Four run in 2004, and he seemed.
They got to the Final Four?
2004, I believe St. Joe was a final. Were they not?
I thought they were a 1 seed.
Did they get nicked?
Mm-hmm. Doug, who was in the Final Four? Because Georgia Tech played Kansas here. I remember that. That was at the Dome. Great place to watch a game.
Duke.
They talk about Duke.
The Dookie.
Oh, Oklahoma State.
They did not get to the Final Four, so they must have been an Elite 8. God, I thought that team.
Boy, that Connecticut team was stacked. Emeka Okafor and Ben Gordon.
Okay.
That's 3 of the 4.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it plays out.
And Sue Bird.
I'm surprised this information isn't available.
Sue Bird tried to be the Hawk at one point.
Yeah, I couldn't handle it.
Wore down.
All I know is Cal Kennedy said he saw the Hawk top out.
The Jameer Wilson team lost in the Elite Eight
to Oklahoma State.
Yeah,
Yeah, Tony Allen.
64-62, they got nicked in the Elite Eight.
You ever watch that Byron Allen show?
No.
Doesn't he own the Weather Channel now?
He owns like a ton of TV stations.
Yeah.
And that show is always on Saturday at like midnight. He's still going.
SLU would be minus 3.5, Jackson. That's from Little Jackie's Rolling Papers. SLU minus 5.5. That's from the 314.
Okay.
What would you set the line at?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
Missouri minus 7.
No, God, no. Missouri shouldn't be favored by 7 over anybody. Nobody in the tournament field. I don't know. I like Doug's play of a pick'em. I think it really would be.
Yeah, I think that's about what it is.
How would you handle it?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean,
emotionally.
If you go down to that game.
Oh, yeah.
Who would you root for, Mizzou?
Of course.
Sure you would. Yeah.
Of course.
Even though you've been offered this scholarship at St. Louis U too, right?
No.
You weren't offered.
Hey, you're going to be in a backcourt with Nick Vaughn.
Yeah, he was offered the scholarship.
That's right.
Or at least some NIL
money, yeah.
Doug, the coach was Phil Martelli. That's from the 636.
I remember him. Yeah.
That was the answer for a long time. And then randomly on the Michigan bench with Juwan Howard the last few years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was an assistant up there. And now his son, where's his son? Is he the coach at VCU? Remember, he was in the stands recently.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Hey, I was at the SLU game. It's against St. Joe's that season. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Okay, great. Really thrilled to know that.
Doug, do you feel better now that bracketology is such a science?
Oh, well, it's a little bit
I was trying
more
to groom
science.
That was
Doug
pretty awesome. Having Lunardi
on the day that the bracketology drops.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you would have to have this on the software programs to figure it all out as quickly as you have to do it.
SLU in Las Vegas would be set at minus 5.5, and I'd be hammering Missouri plus 5.5. That's from the 314. After watching the Missouri perimeter defense against Illinois, they'd have problems with the Billikens. That's from the 618.
Okay. I would recommend not basing your knowledge of Missouri just solely on the Illinois game.
Different team, different makeup
team.
of players.
Yeah, and even with Pierce and Stone, they still get smoked. Illinois is that good, but I wouldn't base my assessment on Missouri on that game.
All right, Joe Lunardi, bracketology, the surprise guest here on TMA.
Chris May almost blew it right here, sitting in this studio.
That chair. Take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
Village Bar, the spot to go to for lunch, happy hour, meeting friends, taking the family out. Best cheeseburger in town, wings, salad, fries, all of it. Everything on the menu is outstanding. I was there on Friday with some friends and just telling them a little bit about they'd never been. Telling them the story of the Village Bar. And I said, by the way, where you parked out back, that barn, that is the home to 1879 Distilling. It's where they're making Red Barn vodka, 1879 rye, award-winning spirits made right there at their De Pere headquarters. 1879distilling.com, the website where you can read the whole story. An homage to the 1800s when the German distilling began down on the riverfront. They've continued that, and again, winning these awards for the products they're making out back. Tasting room, this is pretty cool. On Saturdays at the Village Bar, noon to 5, tasting room, which is right next door. It's connected. They open that up on Saturdays, noon to 5. Beautiful little speakeasy spot. Also serves as a gift shop for all things 1879, all things Village Bar. It's a great spot and a great opportunity for you to taste the product that we've been telling you about. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's another Glenn Campbell song.
Wichita lineman.
Right. It's another one he made famous.
Yeah. But this Boots Randolph, he's just putting a little spin on it.
Why do we have Glenn singing them?
Because it's Bootsy Tuesday.
Okay. Bootsy Tuesday, Doug. CMA 101 ESPN. The show broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You're welcome to participate in the program. Text in 314-399-9646. Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at approximately 9:45. Martin, can you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Oh, I can tell you a lot about Design Air because we've been doing business with them for a long time, including the new furnace for the house. Got that back in November. Met with Seth's team, and they explained to you all the changes in the industry, which is important to know as you make that replacement in your home. You want to make sure you're getting the absolute best, but also understanding things like air quality, humidity, things that we didn't think about 20, 30 years ago. DesignAirService.com is where you can set up your appointment for year-round maintenance, but also know when you're dealing with Design Air. Family-owned business that's been around for more than a century. Fourth generation. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation. Family-owned, St. Louis-based. What more do you need to know? Well, longest-running sponsor on TMA. DesignAirService.com for all your heating and cooling needs year-round.
There it is. Design Air. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. That is at 9:45 on this presentation. Just joined by Joe Lunardi, giving us a peek into bracketology. If you miss anything, you can podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast and enjoy the presentation anytime you want, or subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel and you can go back and enjoy the presentation and watch it as well in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where they are not happy that Larry Nickel is not on.
He was already
on.
Well, I'm just telling you what they're not happy about.
And it's worse on YouTube because someone texts
Hold on a second, what's the issue?
Well, someone could text in and be like, "Where's Larry Nickel?" and legitimately have missed it, and they wouldn't know any better. But YouTube, you can rewind on YouTube. You can go back. You pause it, stay there, go back. It's you have the option.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm taking them.
This guy's a respectable gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Of the podcasts you consume, and let's call the data I'm searching for minutes of podcasts you consume, what percentage are strictly listening and what percentage are you viewing on YouTube?
99.5% of the time I'm strictly listening.
Talk about that. 99.5% of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say I'm probably 90%. Then the other 10% when I'm working at home and I got a podcast on YouTube in the basement.
Yeah. Yeah. I like to have them in my AirPods while I'm doing other things.
I don't quite understand the need for the video. I know it's everywhere now, but I think a lot of people, even with this show, YouTube, it's on just kind of in the background.
Yeah.
They're using YouTube, but are they studying closely the visuals? Ooh, Tim just took a sip of something. I wonder what he's having.
Scotch.
There's a sponsorship opportunity.
Guys, your YouTube commenters are a bunch of morons. That's from Hoosier Daddy. What is the difference between the comments in the Air Comfort Service text inbox versus the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat? I don't know.
I guess because you can interact with others in the YouTube chat.
Nice, Jackson. That's a good answer.
That changes up maybe the vibe in there, whereas you can't do that in the text line.
No.
So in the text line, they're individually against us. Mm-hmm. In the YouTube chat, they as a group are against us.
Right, exactly.
Nice.
But the bottom line is
that's
they're
accurate.
all against
That comes
us.
from the salty bald dad from KCUville, Doug.
Yeah. They're all against us was the common theme now.
I just saw a YouTube chat mention it said anyone want to go private. So I don't know if that means.
I like that idea.
They're going to take things off.
We were offering that as a service a few years ago.
Yeah, just
one-on-ones.
one-on-ones.
Private with the listeners.
Tim, next week, will you please get a verbal commitment from the DeWitts that the Road Navy caps will come back? That's from that one guy. Has there been any talk of that?
No.
I haven't heard that
I think we should ask every player, though.
Oh, I will.
Yeah.
And count on that.
Yeah.
Have we ever had anybody say they like the red cap on the road?
I feel like we have. I feel like there's been somebody recently who said they kind of like the red cap on the road. But most in the 90 percentile are like, yeah, we really like the Navy cap.
Well, I think the bulk of the players we're going to talk to this year, they'll say, oh, what colors do the team wear? It's not real familiar.
Are they blue?
The Toy Maltese family says, we're always studying you, Martin. Nice shave today.
You have a good shave?
No, I haven't shaved. I think that's what they're pointing out.
They can see your whiskers?
I guess. This camera, I feel like I'm being interrogated. It's about a foot away.
Yeah.
It's a small little lens. It just peeks over the top of this computer screen. Oftentimes the Dell sign is blocking the view. Let's move it. We'll get more comfortable, though. Let's get us into a big old studio, some nice, comfortable chairs.
Okay.
And then I'll shave.
Ed Hallman asking the last time I shaved was a year ago. No, man, it was like I shaved right before I got here.
Okay.
See?
So that's become an issue now.
Papers is on it.
Mr. Licks is not happy with you, Martin, but I don't know what has upset him. I guess you don't listen to comedy podcasts, Martin. You sound dense. That's from Mr. Licks.
Because they're all visual, I guess.
But I listen to some comedy podcasts.
And you just listen.
But there are sometimes the video option is. I like doing that, but I don't know. For me, I like to podcast while I'm doing other things.
Right.
Like passively listening, I would say. So,
what other things are you doing?
Washing laundry, whatever that means. That
mixing
means
it up.
something.
Washing, cooking dinner.
Was that right? You're a little chef boy?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm
Chef
Gordon
boy.
Ramsay.
Separate from movie boy is chef.
No, I'm bad at cooking things because I've said on this program many times I have an anti-botulism stance.
Have you?
So I tend to overcook everything, which I will take
And it's dry.
every single time over the risk of having food poisoning.
Have you ever had food poisoning?
No.
Well, then what are you worried about?
I've created something in my mind that's probably way worse than what it would be, but I don't want to deal with it.
Okay.
It's an anti-botulism stance.
Anti-botulism.
I don't know who's pro-botulism.
Based on the way people eat. When we get that steak rare, still mooing, you got me.
I don't
Maybe
like
a
that.
chicken alliance out there that wants you to get botulism to get you away from the chicken.
That's right.
They're all working against it.
How many times are you going to go to the Brass Ring Pub while in Jupiter?
Probably once. Probably because so many great
What are you,
spots.
some kind of whore?
No, there's so many great spots that like.
Are you some kind of whore?
Clip that off.
No, there's a ton of. I mean, we're gonna get Rocco's Tacos one night.
That's a week away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday.
Doug likes
We're
that
ball striking.
Table side guacamole.
I don't
Doug
need
is
it.
makes
I
a
don't
difference.
need the table side. Do it in the kitchen.
It's gonna happen whether you like it or not. So we'll have that. We'll have Food Shack. We gotta go back to Food Shack.
I've never been to Food Shack.
I'm not
in all
going
my
to
days.
But it's the same owners, right?
Leftovers.
Yeah, right.
Not that fast food Cuban place.
Pollo Tropical?
Yeah.
Man, I was hoping maybe we go back. Give it a
Oh.
second chance.
Got off to a bad start.
And we got to go back to Square Grouper.
Guanabanas.
Yeah, we'll do Guanabanas.
For sure. So there's
Guanabanas sponsor the picnic table.
Yeah.
How about
Right.
that?
Yeah, gotta go
Guanabanas. We got a sponsor from down in South Florida.
That's where you get 10 nice ice fritters.
Yep. Get some fritters from there. So we got too many places, but we're definitely going to hit the Brass Ring one of those nights.
You're damn right.
Get some wingy.
You better believe it, brother.
Yeah. Doug can grill us.
Grilled
about it.
chicken and broccoli.
Big Tuft is sending in pictures of Jackson blinded. You know, I closed the blinds, but I guess we got one that's not totally closed. You're looking 10.
Riz Show has blackout shades. We got to get that.
Yeah, why don't we have blackout shades?
I don't know.
They're a bigger deal.
Yeah.
I guess.
It does.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Big Tuft is worried.
I'm used to it.
The photo from Big Tuft, it does appear like you're in jail because the striping
know.
of the shadows makes it look
It's really
like
tough, especially with my already pale skin. I light up like an iPhone flashlight.
an iPhone flashlight. That's accurate.
It's tough.
Get yourself a good meat thermometer, Papers. That's from Farm Boy.
I have one. And then they tell you, like, take the chicken off when it's like 5 degrees away from being ready. No. I take it off when it's ready. I take it off when it's reached the internal temperature that's supposed to be at. I don't trust this cooking, this residual heat nonsense. Yeah, that's pseudoscience if you ask me. So I have every piece of chicken I use dry as a bone.
I think as long as the juice is clear, it's good. You're good to go.
Yeah, but then I'm stressing out. Listen,
just live your
there's
life.
nothing that a little barbecue sauce can't fix.
Thank you.
It's good counsel right there. I tried those wings, you know, I told you boys on the air, right?
Yeah.
I didn't name the place.
Right.
Where we picked up the wings for a small Super Bowl party with the family. And there was just no sauce on them. They were just like baked wings.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah.
Awful. And I'm like, all right, I'll get some sauce.
Or toss them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even with doing that.
Not the same.
Oh, for my sons to not want wingy wingy. Doug, watch this wingy wingy.
Like breaks your heart, you know.
It did, especially because my older son was so looking forward to this particular location's
A bad
wings.
wing broke his heart.
And they didn't put the sauce on them.
Yeah, that would break my heart.
What if he missed school the next day and Tim had to call in? He's a little upset. We had some
they
wings
some
and they
wings,
didn't have the
put
right sauce
The
on
Darren
it.
Peterson School of Handling Adversity.
Sitting it out. J. Dot needs to trademark the word boy and start creating an entire umbrella of boy-related podcasts. Chef Boy, TV Boy, Anti-Botulism Boy. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
Not a bad idea.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's your brand.
I'm Jackson, owner of Boy Enterprises.
Radio Boy.
That would be great when I'm 40.
But it's B-O-I?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Legal
It's the
reasons.
proper
Boy.
pronunciation. You're welcome to get involved. Email in, got that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day coming up on the program, and that is coming your way at approximately 9:45. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game, brother. That's the main reason why this nonsense has been on since 2004. When you look in the mirror and smile, what do you see? Jagged yellow teeth, grinding your teeth from stress, coffee habit caught up to you. It's not just about vanity and looks. It's about looking and feeling your best with a healthy smile. And Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental is my guy. His offices are on Manchester in Baldwin, and it is a world-class facility. Doesn't look like a dentist's office, that's for sure. The technology is advanced, and they do more than your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. Got worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps? Dr. Brandon Pryor handles the heavy lifting with veneers, bonding, full mouth rehabs. Right now, they are offering complimentary consultations. So if you're tired of the jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. 100westdental.com. Let them know I sent you their way. 100westdental.com. The program's called The Morning After. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cavaliers defeat the Nuggets last night, 119-117. Donovan Mitchell.
Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
With 32 points and 10 assists. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug, you didn't like all the production Jackson put into that Spider-Man update?
You have to get here real early in the morning to put all that together?
That's what I do, baby.
Clip that off. Look who's in studio. It's Andy Crouppen from Brown & Crouppen. He's right on your right. You can watch him on YouTube.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, how are you?
What's going on, man?
How come I don't get any superhero intros,
Yes.
action Jackson?
And Donovan Mitchell does.
It isn't
Jackson
fair.
doesn't have a mic. He's on.
That's even better. Beat up with him when he can't talk.
We're a bunch of radio bullies.
That's who we are. You've been doing some traveling?
I have. I was skiing with some friends, and I had a really weird experience. I'm sure by now everyone has heard of everything going on in Minneapolis. Uh-huh. So my flight to Europe went through Minneapolis. I've never seen this before. So, you get on the flight, you go to the person at the counter who checks your, in this case, passport and ticket, and then you go down the jet bridge just onto the flight. So I do that, and then on the actual jet bridge itself, think of the jet bridge, what that's normally like. It's just people lining up, getting on the plane. There's like 8 big federal agents with no explanation. They're like grabbing people, pulling them aside. I don't know who these people are, what branch, I have no idea. And then standing in the middle of the jetway, in everybody's way, like right in the middle, is a big agent with a big dog, like kind of like scary and aggressive dog. And he's just like, go around. And like everyone gets on the flight and we're like, what was that? Like, no one has ever, you've never seen anyone on the jet bridge other than passengers, let alone like 8 federal agents and a dog. It was the weirdest kind of like disturbing, unsettling thing. Like the first half hour of the flight, everyone's just kind of like, what just happened? Like, what was that?
Maybe they're looking for one particular person getting on that plane.
I mean,
did they detain anyone that you were
I don't know. It was, I guess that's possible. I think in the most charitable explanation, I guess that's possible. I think that everyone there on the flight, especially with what's going on there, felt like it was just intimidation. It was a show of force and intimidation because they weren't like it was.
You'd already shown your passport at the check-in
and
point.
Gone through security, and having the guy with the dog right in the middle, kind of it was really bizarre. I've never seen that.
And the
before.
flight, was it to Paris direct from?
It was,
yeah. You were headed to Paris.
Headed to Paris. And then I got some croissants and forgot about it.
Then you forgot all about it.
You let it go at that point.
But it was weird.
Andy's Travels.
Yes. No theme song for that?
I've never been to Paris. Did you have to sit around and drink coffee all morning and you drink wine all afternoon?
Pencil thin mustache, cigarettes in an extender.
Are they rude? Is that just a false narrative?
I mean, are they any ruder than anyone here? Probably not.
Can you imagine going to New York as a tourist and saying, geez, they sure are rude in America?
Yeah, that's right.
They are.
Yeah.
Then they go to Lambert, Doug, and they go, God, I got berated.
Yells at here.
The thing about Lambert is everyone complains about it, but there aren't many airports in major cities where I can leave my house 45 minutes before my flight
because you're
and
the
still
only one
make
using
it.
the airport.
It's awfully convenient. I'll take a few less sandwich options for the convenience factor.
Unlike Kansas City and Denver, it's not an hour outside of the city.
Right. And the Kansas City airport is nice, though. I may trade for that.
Yeah, it is. But it's a ways up there.
It is. But what can you do?
Paris is beautiful, though, isn't it?
Oh, especially in the spring, Doug.
Oh, Paris in the spring.
It's a really great city. Although I'll tell you, I wish I spoke French. I really have a hard time being in a place where I can't communicate with anyone. That's hard for me.
They didn't speak English for you over there?
I mean, they do, but it's not the same. You know, I like to be able to tell. I need to go over there next time with at least enough French to like tell a joke or something. You know, makes it's. I don't know.
Well, is Crouppen a French name? Crouppen, maybe?
No, it's Eastern European. I think it was originally Crouppini, Krupinin, and then when I guess my grandfather came to the country, it was changed to Krupin. And then as the story goes, and I hope this doesn't end up trickling down to me, but I think he had like some tax issues, and back then before computers or some sort of issue, he changed the spelling to Crouppen, and no one had a computer, so it all went away.
Oh, how about that?
And so,
some people have Mark Milton, some people just change their name.
It was something like that. I mean, I'm probably butchering the story, and then actually when my uncle passed away, he was much older than my father. He was in the military. And he called us because he was very concerned. He was cheap. He was very concerned that since in the military he was Krupin and then later changed it to Crouppen, he was concerned that they would say, we have no record of you, and he wouldn't get his free military funeral. Oh. So we had to change his name back when he was like 90 years old or something
so they could bury him.
To make sure he got that free funeral.
Guys, we went to Paris a few years ago. The French are only rude if you don't attempt to at least speak French. If you try, they know you don't speak their language, and then they will speak to you in English. That's from UPS Tony with his Parisian experiences.
Okay. I think also in fairness, we as Americans, I think the stereotype or the caricature of the ugly American, the loud American, is pretty accurate. I mean, we're pretty loud and disruly. I feel like we are to Parisians what Australians are to us. They're even on another level. But no, I think we're disrupting their culture and way of life in ways that they don't always appreciate.
But they take our money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they'll
I'll take your money. I don't care.
It does seem like sports fandom is what we usually take across the ocean, too. There was a clip on the Today Show from Milan, and they showed people waving, and a guy had his Seahawks sweatshirt on. He was pumping his fist. I'm like, do you need to go to the Olympics and throw around your Seahawks fandom?
That's right.
Like you get on a plane to London, and they're like, we're from Tennessee. We love the Vols. Like, okay, well, you're going international.
Yeah.
Leave it behind.
Cares about that in Nice. Speaking of sports, have you seen, I'm sure you have this, I think it's called Run It. This, it's sort of they saw, oh, wow, Power Slap's doing well. People are brutal and barbarian, so now we're going to make it even worse, where two pretty large men just run at each other at full speed, and I guess the goal is to knock each other down. Jackson,
I've seen this.
I don't know how you win, but somebody's going to die. I'm shocked nobody's died in Power Slap, to be honest with you. That's horrible. I don't know how it's legal, but this is maybe even worse.
I can see a new spot for you, Andy. If you've been hurt in an accident or Power Slap, call me.
Because I remember, I played high school football, and I remember there were drills where you'd sort of run at each other, but you're in full pads and helmets, and there were times where you were really rattled by a hit. Now imagine two massive, probably ex-collegiate at minimum athletes running at each other at full speed. It's crazy. I just don't know where we're going.
So it's like a game of chicken? I mean, is that...
No, it's not chicken. They hit each other.
Right at each other.
Oh, yeah.
And they do a belly bump, or they're blocking like a lineman?
No, it's like
shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, which inevitably you're going to hit head to head. I mean, it's violent.
And they all look like bodybuilders. They look the ones that I've seen. They're huge specimens, and they go head first, just barrel into each other. And I guess the goalie just knocked the other guy out.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's like sort of like sumo wrestling where it culminates in a circle and whoever leaves the circle. I don't know how you win other than surviving.
It looks like human jousting.
Yeah.
Which is without the joust.
Yeah.
I got to say, it takes some guts to do it. I mean, running, you're running right into a massive collision.
Well, It certainly takes guts, but I guess my fear is that maybe we're taking people who need the money and we're paying them just enough to sacrifice their bodies to do
modern
this.
day gladiators.
I mean, to some
like
extent.
football.
I mean, you've seen the power slap thing. That's barbaric.
Yeah.
And
you wonder how
not-
they don't break their jaws. It's hard to
Yes.
get
And
Maybe they do.
I'm sure some of them do, but it's like, is that really a sport?
But you could almost say the same thing about boxing. I mean, how many people's lives have been ruined from boxing?
Yes.
The whole point of the event is to inflict brain damage on your opponent.
I don't know if that's...
Well, you try to knock them out.
You are.
That's brain damage if you get a concussion.
Yeah, no,
and they
that's
pay
true.
for that years down the road.
And you know what I always say, Doug? There's no such thing as a minor concussion.
Is that lawyer talk there?
No, I mean, yes, but I think doctor talk
Medical
too.
speak, yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's true, but at least there's some strategy and beauty in boxing in a way that, just slapping somebody once in the face is not strategic or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe also boxing gets grandfathered in because it was invented so long ago.
Probably.
You don't need to be inventing new blood sports in this day and age.
There doesn't seem to be any shortage of testosterone-fueled muscleheads willing to put their body, thinking they can run through a brick wall, and if they can make a buck out of it, they'll do it.
I guess. I mean, it's scary. What's your take on Lindsey Vaughn? Should she have been? I get why she pushed through and skied with the torn ACL, but like with a torn ACL, did anybody expect any other result? Although, in fairness, am I right that it really maybe wasn't her knee, and did her arm kind of hook into?
That's what she said.
The
Yes.
flag.
It
It
wasn't the knee
looked like
yeah.
it.
It was just a mistake on the turn.
But you would think, yes, you're compromised. If you have a torn ACL, your
Yes.
entire structure, your body, and weight shifting and all that, you would think that she probably was pretty compromised going into it.
Yeah, from what I understand, a couple of weeks earlier, when she had that injury, she was leading the downhill standings. It wasn't like she was just a participant. She was still the best.
Yeah.
Until she got hurt again with the ACL.
But it's amazing. We were talking about a kid at Kansas who's a stud basketball player, sat out their big game last night against the top-ranked team, Arizona, because he had flu-like symptoms. Here's someone who probably knows it's her last crack at it. Torn ACL, says, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going out there. I mean, I'm sure coaches and families said, you don't need to do this. You're great, accomplished.
Yeah.
Like, but this is my last shot. I'm giving it a shot.
Yeah, I think she's still from an age where people had grit before we sort of and I don't want to get too deep into how we are destroying today's youth by sort of coddling them in ways that I don't think is healthy. But yeah, I mean, it shows she's a real champion. She's a real warrior. She wanted this. She's got that killer instinct and probably had a real shot at the gold.
You wonder how that's even possible without a knee that works properly. I mean, they're going 70 some odd miles an hour down that hill.
Oh, I think they hit almost 80.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, before the injury, I think she had a real shot at the gold.
Yeah, definitely.
About, 10 years ago, they came out with these apps that would sort of track how many miles you skied, how much vertical, but what most people used it for was how fast you're skiing.
Yeah.
And at first, when I got it, I was young enough to be like, come on, push a little harder and we can get to 60 miles an hour. And every once in a while, you would taste 60 miles an hour. And then after a couple of years of this, I'm like, this is the dumbest thing. Like, if you crash at 60 miles an hour, you are so screwed. It is done. And now it's actually helpful because I really try to stay under about, 45 miles an hour or less. I really try because it's just insane, the speeds. And now make it 80 miles an hour on a steep course, often like kind of slick. I mean, she could have died.
Oh, yeah. I suspect there's people in the Olympics push themselves more than those in basketball, football, hockey. Because there's another game. There's 2 more games next week. There's next season, and there's a season after that, and there's 5 or 6 seasons after that. If you're an Olympic athlete, this is going to be it. This is your moment, and there may not be anything after this.
That's right. And maybe you're still at the top of your game in 4 years. Maybe.
Yeah.
but no guarantees. I mean, it's pretty. I would think that, while you hear about the superstars who go into 2, 3, 4, 5 Olympic Games, I would think if you laid out all of the Olympians, how many of them have been in multiple Olympics, I would bet that percentage is under 50%, but I don't know.
I would think.
Maybe much lower.
Oh, Olympians that have been in more than one.
Yes.
Interesting. Papers, look that up, please.
Yeah,
He's on it. He's on it.
Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, they're in studio because they are local. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who knows the local legal environment like Brown and Crouppen? Online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Andy, thank you for coming in as always, sir. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
That's Andy Crouppen with us here on TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more Morning After on 101 ESPN. really enjoying Paper's work here today. Doug, you have to love this.
I do. It's one of the best songs I've
Could you
ever
imagine
heard.
groups of 25-year-old women lusting after Boots Randolph and his yakety sax?
What's unreasonable about that?
I know, you're right. This is Boots Randolph, Martin.
You can get a lot of work done with a saxophone, though.
Yeah. Is that the most sensual of the woodwinds?
Oh, my word. I would say the flute.
Is that a woodwind, though?
Yeah.
It is? It doesn't have a reed.
No, but I think it's still a woodwind.
Okay.
It's not a brass.
Sounds like little
instrument.
kids singing there.
It seems like it'd be closer to brass.
I think it's a woodwind.
Okay.
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Coming up here, we will have the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Doug, you know anything about Design Air?
I'm looking up his flute of woodwind thing.
I already did. It is, Doug. You can stop.
Okay. Yes. Well, maybe you'd like to play your flute in your house, but because it's so cold, the furnace isn't working, that you can't play the flute. So now you got no woodwind whatsoever. But had you called Design Air, Seth Goldcamp, or one of his handsome repairmen, you wouldn't have that kind of issue. Design Air, been around since 1904, way over a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. We certainly appreciate that. Seth Goldkemp is a fourth-generation family member who owns and operates the business. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904. Design Air brings the heat, and they happen to be the home of the handsome repairman.
Design Air heating and cooling email today. Coming up next on The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Well, Valentine's Day is coming up in a matter of 4 days. What have you prepared to get your significant other? Well, I have a wonderful option for you, a place that I have been to firsthand and can speak to the comfort level of walking into decor, interiors, and jewelry. Located at Olive and 141 and online at decor-jewelry.com. TMA listeners and a super friendly staff. You know, chocolate melts, flowers fade, but sparkle lasts forever. This Valentine's Day, find the perfect piece for the one who has your heart at Decor. It's Decor Jewelry, decor-jewelry.com, located at Olive and 141. If you're stuck on what to get your significant other, let Decor help you out. The bling is everywhere from classic to trendy, and if you are ready to pop the question, Decor has an entire room filled with beautiful engagement rings. Decor will help you custom design the perfect setting that fits your soon-to-be fiancé and your budget. Visit Decor online at decor-jewelry.com or at Olive and 141. Decor, always unique, always affordable.
Discover the wild and the wacky, the weird and the crazy from the sports world.
That's an obscure reference, but I enjoyed it. Next time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling EMOTD. Chairman, I'm looking.
Okay.
I see a bunch of emails from Monday. Those just haven't been deleted.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll get rid of those.
All right, no problem. I was beginning to read the one about the 5'7", 345-pound boy at Crestwood Mall, and I'm like, boy, this guy's coming back with the same thing from yesterday. And then I realized it actually was from yesterday. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Good day, mates. The amount of knowledge that some of these emailers have with past show episodes is amazing. It's borderline omnipotent. I'm sure their mommies are proud and tells them that every morning while she feeds them their favorite sugary cereal while giving them gold star stickers for wiping themselves. Tip of the cap, gents. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan, who sounds like he just went after some of the emailers.
Heiser House Hooligan.
Hello, St. Louis, and welcome back to Movie Boy. Today, we're breaking down one of the greatest cinematic masterpieces from the 1960s, Planet of the Apes. Is that considered one of the best?
No, not at all.
Was it Charlton Heston who said, "Damn these apes"?
Yeah. Damn dirty apes, yeah.
Franklin Schaffner?
Who?
That's the name that's next, and I just...
Oh, I don't know. Franklin.
Franklin Schaffner.
That was the emailer?
No. No, that's the next name in the email. Franklin Schaffner is at his boldest, crafting a sci-fi epic that leans so hard into his own gravitas that it somehow circles back around into brilliance. His direction gives the film a rugged, muscular confidence, letting Charlton Heston rage, brood, and philosophize his way through a world of impeccably sentient, if not confused, apes. The movie is so boldly crafted and culturally seismic that the Academy's decision not to nominate it for Best Picture feels like a masterclass in missing the point. All of this culminates in that gloriously overcooked twist ending that hits you with all the subtlety of a brick wrapped in a "we get it" banner, making the movie both an epic and a beautiful, chaotic mess I can't help but worship. Stay tuned for next week when Plowboy and I discuss Harold and Kumar go to White Castle.
Another cinematic masterpiece.
Until next time, the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
That just shows the range of Movie Boy.
I like the new Matt Reeves trilogy. I'm not super into the 70s or
Franklin Schaffner
or the Mark Wahlberg one from. Oh boy, rough.
Doug, do you enjoy the Mark Wahlberg interpretation?
I think it was Tim Burton. It was bad.
I don't have much interest in Planet of the Apes and the movies. Do you?
Missing that? I like the new Matt Reeves trilogy. The one
Planet
with
of
James
the
Franco
Apes?
is really good.
Okay.
Caesar is home.
Doesn't take much to entertain Americans, I guess.
Super Bowl Sunday. I remember it like it was yesterday. I knew that the game wasn't going to be great and to avoid any wagers that Jackson suggests. So I was going to have to create some excitement of my own. So I headed over to O.B. Clark's just before kickoff and handed them a VHS tape of the 2016 NBA All-Star game to put on one of the televisions, and they obliged. Talk about garnering some attention. I cleared my throat a couple times, and the next thing I knew, I was knee-deep in what I like to call amorous Saturday laundry. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of boy.net.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, they were going wild at Allen Fieldhouse last night as Rock Chalk took down previously undefeated Arizona to the chagrin of Libby Jack, who foolishly bet on Kansas to lose at home. Meanwhile, on Monday Night Raw, the mysterious masked wrestler who's been running amok as of late last night helped LA Knight qualify for Elimination Chamber. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack scours Twitter for videos of olds texting in large fonts about how horny they are. Ours is the type of presentation where a professional bracket dork who may or may not be the porta potty guy feels free to drop in at any time and educate all of us about the furry and the hot costume with the amazing upper body strength. Outstanding show today, but my My favorite part was when Chairman Kurt let out an audible gasp, clearly at a loss for words, in response to Libby Jack revealing he didn't know there was a difference between Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown when he asked, aren't they the same thing? He's a horse's ass for doing it! Oh. That's from Buck Swope, DBA to recess lady's breast, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, we will submit our secret ballots and announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Doug, there it is. It's now in the books. Okay. Martin is headed to onboarding, and we're headed into the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Love shopping at Schnucks, and that includes the money that is being saved right now with groceries. Everything's going up, up, up. Everyone's looking for ways to save money, especially on those everyday expenses, things, especially like groceries. And they're dropping new ads each week with super hot deals on some of your favorite items. You can view those ads a ton of different ways, whether you're on the go, you want to browse in the Schnucks Rewards app, or go online to the schnucks.com/weekly ad. Also, pick up the paper copy, old school, right there at the entrance of the store. Plus, you now get the following week's ads 1 week early. Just grab that copy at the store. When you're entering, plan ahead and save. So many more ways to save beyond the weekly ads. Get the Schnucks Rewards, personalized savings, one-stop shop for all of your savings and sales. Bonus points offers as well. I've been telling you about the new Boost program. They just launched that, so you can play your way to more savings. So many ways to save money. You can do that when shopping at your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. That's the value that you know and love, available at any neighborhood Schnucks.
This is Jackson with the SportsCenter update brought to you by SLU Heating and Cooling. Despite the fighting that was going on during the game, the Pistons edge out the Hornets 110-104 with Cade Cunningham, 33-point effort. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by SLU Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais because Doug Martin has onboarding.
He does.
And then Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos on the program. The 10 o'clock hour brought to you by Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. You are welcome to call in, you're welcome to text in, and you're welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We have some noteworthy news from Substack, Doug.
Okay.
You ever check out Substack?
I do not.
Chairman Kurt's Substack.
Not my thing.
Jackie Papers, Substack.
Well aware of it. Do not subscribe to anybody at the moment.
I had subscribed to a couple of people, and I guess what happens is the obligation is you're just writing just to write, even if you don't really have anything to say sometimes. So then they get sent to my phone constantly, and I'm like, I'm out. So I would subscribe when somebody piqued my interest, but then it would be flooded, and then it would kind of be a pain in the ass. That's the best way I can describe it. But Stu Durando used to write for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. He created his own Substack, and Doug, I would imagine business is real good for him with the increased interest in St. Louis University, and he has an exclusive conversation with friend of the program, co-host on this show, Josh Schertz.
Right. What do you say?
I mean, it's paid for content, so it's kind of like
Can't really
if I were to like leak stuff that I subscribe to on browsers. Right. But I will read a couple of quotes from Stu Durando's Substack, Stu on SLU.substack.com, in his conversation with Josh Schertz. And I just subscribed. That's $5 a month. I just signed up for.
Okay.
I feel like it's worth it. I have a great understanding of how good of a job I have. In the old days, it was usually a no-brainer for a coach to leave a mid-major and go to a high major. That was just the way it worked. It was the progression. With NIL and other factors, those decisions are much more nuanced than they were 5, 8, 10 years ago. I don't know that 5 years ago the Indiana football coach would have stayed as opposed to going to Michigan or Penn State, but this is a new world. Programs can decide who they want to be. There's nothing prevented St. Louis from becoming an elite top 25 national job. Are we there yet? No. We have work to do. Absolutely. So with regard to his situation, he says, Chris and I, as in athletic director Chris May, have been talking about that. To get the program to the level he believes it can get to, not just in the last week, but for 22 months, about how we can continue to move the needle forward here, about what we need to do to build a sustainable program, and that's part of this. I think the goal is to make this job as good as I can make it with things you need to move this program forward. So that doesn't sound like somebody saying, I'm not going to talk about it, you know.
Right.
He's sitting down with the main writer who covers the program, Stu Durando, and again, that's his Substack, and there's more on there. But like I said, to read the whole thing would be reading, paid for content, and giving his reasoning as somebody who is looking at trying to build. Now, at the same time, it's still the middle of the season. SLU's stock could skyrocket nationally. SLU's stock could drop. Even though Joe Lunardi was on with us in the 8 o'clock hour and saying it's a lock there in this tournament.
And he didn't finish the word either, right?
Yeah. But it is a good point. It's much more nuanced than it once was. Yeah. Building a program, you can even look at someone like Mark Few at Gonzaga. When he's building a program, it was much more difficult when he did it and stayed at Gonzaga for this long. When you're someone like Schertz, you can kind of expedite that. We've seen that already.
With money.
Right. With money and just like the robustness of the transfer portal.
Don't say robustness.
Boy, is that the right word?
I can't let that go.
I'm trying to think of a different word. Just the ever-changing landscape.
Okay.
You like that, Doug?
I'll take it. Yeah.
I only got so many buzzwords, man. But it's you can expedite that process, pretty good.
Mark Few is from the Pacific Northwest, and he has been at Gonzaga starting. Doug, do you want to take the year he first started coaching, not as a head coach?
Oh, gosh. I'll say, wild guess, 97.
1989.
Oh, gosh.
Jeez. Like
He was a GA in 89.
Like Raptors Stockton.
And he is still there.
Well, he's pretty much the exception to the rule, though.
Right.
Most of them have bounced around to a number of places.
Right. But, I mean, he is kind of the blueprint of, and I mean, Jay Wright was at Villanova for a good long while.
I suppose the transfer portal could also work against Shirts.
Sure.
If some of these guys say, wow, I had a big year at St. Louis U. I wonder if I could play at Michigan.
Yeah.
Or you name the place.
Especially with shooters like that.
Yeah.
Shooters, I don't care who you are. If you can shoot like the guys they have at SLU.
And there's going to be people coming after him with money.
Yep.
It's not just, do I want to leave? It's, oh, wait, they're going to pay me $1 million to go to Iowa
it's a give and
State,
take
maybe.
thing.
Guys, Stu on SLU is a really good Substack. That's from the Pirates beat writers, the Pirate Game Recognized Game.
Okay.
Hosts do, too. Guys, Eli Drinkwitz just used this Substack interview to get a raise. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle. They have a dual account.
I'd give Drinkwitz another year or two on this contract now.
You think he's like, I want to subscribe to the Substack. I need more money. I want some perks.
Well, there's only, I would say, only a handful of jobs in college basketball where you figure, okay, that's the last stop. The coach is there, doesn't get any higher than this. That's just where you're going to be.
Name the Blue Bloods, Doug.
Well, I'd say Duke.
Yes.
And probably UConn and
Jimmy
Kansas. Michigan State.
North Carolina.
North Carolina be in there. And Gonzaga, I guess, has become one.
Probably Arizona.
Yeah, and that's probably close to it. Unless we're forgetting.
You call Arizona blue blood.
Kentucky is a blue blood, but having a down
I don't think
year.
Arizona be viewed as a blue blood.
Arizona's had a pretty good decade of being in the top 10 year in and year out. I think they're
They
approaching.
ran into a Princeton team that got Missouri a couple of years ago.
Well, it's like Indiana was a blue blood, but they haven't been there. So, like, I think if someone's taking that spot, I would say someone like Arizona.
Last national championship for Arizona was at 97 and Miles Simon, Mike Bibby.
I just don't know.
Yeah, didn't they go in like 03 or 04 with the Richard Jefferson years, or was that 97?
I just don't know the years.
Yeah, nice show prep, dog.
Gotta do show prep. I keep reminding myself of that.
Rick Pitino didn't stop, Doug. You sound like an ass. That's from Dale, and he's in Grubville.
Yeah, some of them do. Most of them
UCLA,
don't.
Kentucky, come on.
Yeah, I said Kentucky, even though they're having a down year. And
Jackson, is UCLA a blue blood?
I'd say it is. Yeah,
I mean,
I'd
it's
say
like hard not. It's the most storied team in college basketball history.
Yeah, that's a blue blood, UCLA.
Yeah, but they haven't been what they used to be in a long time.
Yeah.
I think blue blood status is fluid.
Nobody's ever going to be what they used to be.
Until they are.
Whoa.
No one will do that.
Existential.
No one will do
Indiana
that.
football.
What about Notre Dame? That's from the
Basketball?
Mogri.
No, not a blue blood basketball place.
What?
Well, you talk about David Rivers.
Ben Hansborough.
Air is not a blue blood van. That's from Jackson's Dry Chicken.
Can you read that again? Sorry.
Arizona is not a blue blood van.
Van?
THAN.
Okay. I personally disagree. I think that the last 10, 15 years have proven that they stay atop the once Pac-12, now Big 12.
Well, my original point was, unless you're at one of those blue bloods, every time you put together a big year or two, there's going to be talk that, oh, he's going to be leaving us.
Right.
This guy might go.
No, well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, and it is interesting at this point. Nobody ever talks about Mark Few for jobs. At least I don't sense it.
Right. He's pretty much locked in there.
Yeah, I don't think Krzyzewski was going anywhere either.
Right. It was kind of wild that Calipari left Kentucky.
Yeah, that was.
And went to Arkansas. That was crazy. But that would pale in comparison to like Mark Few being like, yeah, I'm going to go take the job at name a school where it was Texas.
With Calipari, it was probably something like, geez, I really don't like the athletic director here, or the chancellor is mean to me, or there's something personal that he didn't like.
Or, I just see the writing on the wall. It's like I haven't been at my once previous level, and I don't want to be run out of here ever, so I'll leave on my own terms.
Could be.
By that thinking, papers, Villanova is still a blue blood. That's from Heiser House Hooligan.
I mean, if you asked me 2-3 years ago, I would have definitely said Villanova would be way up there.
That's the comparison Chris May made when he was here. He said, why can't SLU become the next Villanova?
I agree. And that takes a world-class coach like they had with Jay Wright, and I think Josh Schertz can be that.
Yeah. You got a big city here.
Yeah.
With
like
a even more than Philadelphia, market wide open for a
Right. There's so
basketball
many colleges in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and pro too.
Right.
Doug, what if we could add another season to the St. Louis area sports calendar?
Boy, it'd be sweet. It would really be sweet.
Yeah, year in and year out success. It'd be great. And I think getting the Big East would be a big help in that.
Like going to that game, going to that place, it's just super fun.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's, I don't know, for me, I want to, because I have 2 kids who love it, that's got to be a factor. But I'm like, if you were going as a bachelor and all the ladies are checking you out.
I love going.
Do you?
Yeah, because it's.
And I'm not like trying to get like the Mizzou SLU thing going. Like it's really enjoyable to go there.
Right. Yeah, I'm like, when I watch Mizzou basketball, it's not like I'm like having a great time. Like I am locked in and sweating. When it's a SLU game, I still want SLU to win, obviously, but the atmosphere for me is a little bit more relaxed, and the product on the floor has been outstanding, and not having a bad seat in the building.
Yeah.
I contend still that the great parking situation that SLU has helps, where you're not like, you can go to a game and then like leave quickly after, and your whole night isn't dedicated to it.
Right. Well, it helps that there's 10,000 fans there, and a few thousand of those are walking back to their dorms and apartments, and there's not 20,000 fans there. It makes a difference. But I suspect if we lived in Columbia and went to Mizzou games, we'd be more excited about them too.
I don't know. The Colonel doesn't. He doesn't sound like it.
His loss.
Well, in a better year.
Doug, maybe there could be a new team in the mix to come to St. Louis from a new sport.
Oh, gosh. A brand new sport? We're going to get a team, the power slapping or whatever it was that Andy Crouppen was talking about?
Oklahoma Drill League?
No. The sport exists already.
It's out there, okay?
But a franchise.
First initial.
A franchise could be on the move.
Okay.
We'll have to tell you after the break. We'll have to tell you after the break. You're going to hear it coming up here in a matter of moments. And if you're podcasting, you're going to hear it courtesy of Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company at SCHAEFER door.com. That is the podcast sponsor here on TMA and 101 ESPN. It's Schaefer Door Company, and you can give them a call on the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is a garage door opener that's strong, quiet, and versatile. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company, podcast sponsor on the morning after. Subscribe to the TMA podcast and listen whenever you want, including the Tim McKernan Show podcast and Movie Boy and now Chef Boy.
Dressing for the Boys.
The Boy Network.
Yeah, it's the Boy Network.
Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Billy Joel birthday?
No, he's May 9th.
Wow.
Same birthday as you.
Yeah.
Lisa Ann.
And Lisa Ann.
Yes, that's right.
Friend of the program?
Tony Twist as well.
Wow.
Doug, I had a big tease right before the commercial break. It's a resume reel thing I'm doing.
Okay.
Get my tape out.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to Montana.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. While NFL owners bicker behind the scenes about what and when Jody Allen will sell the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, the family's NBA team is set to change hands soon, too. And one local columnist is already concerned that when Tommy Dundon closes on his purchase of the Portland Trailblazers from Allen, the franchise will leave the Rose City. Do you know Portland was the Rose City?
No, I've not heard that.
Yeah.
Billy Worm, the sports columnist at the Oregonian, wrote a dire piece yesterday predicting that Dundon will be relocating the Trailblazers, citing political arguments about the future of, is it the Moda Center?
Yeah, they call that the Rose Garden.
How about that? And the new owner's indifference about keeping the team in the city. The only person who benefits from all the hiccups in this Moda Center boondoggle is the over-leveraged incoming owner who knows his new team's greatest value lies in his ability to move it. The NBA would never let another Seattle happen. Look around. It's already happening. Now, Allen inherited both the Trailblazers and the Seahawks from her brother, Paul Allen, the late Microsoft co-founder. And when he passed away in 2018, the rules of his will were designed for Jody to eventually sell both teams and then donate the proceeds. How about that? Dundon agreed to buy the Trailblazers last August, initially stating he would keep the team in Portland. Local political issues may have shifted the tides. Orem reported the Blazers icon Damian Lillard, Jackson, you call him Dame Time?
Yeah, Dame Dalla.
Is expected to appear before the state legislature to encourage the passage of a bill designed to help fund a new arena. But according to Orem, the bill currently feels like a long shot to cut through the jurisdictional disagreements, climate and labor policies, and general disdain in the city for giving rich guys money. Dundon is turning the screws and will continue to until he gets his way or our collective pressure point becomes the eject button. I hope elected officials are treating this like the emergency it is. Doug, Seattle and Las Vegas, both Jackson Burkett and Scott Van Pelt saying that that's where the NBA expansion is going to go when they announced that this summer. But then a relocation. Jackson? Oh, you just... Is that pre?
Caleb Love is on that team. We get a St. Louis back.
He sure is. Dame Lillard's still on the team. It'd be the greatest news of my life. I actually truly believe that.
Oh, come on. The greatest news of your life?
An NBA team would be moving.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat about the sun impacting your hatless head.
Sure.
What if I could give you a pill that does not affect your ween?
Okay.
That would get your her back.
Yeah.
Or you get the Blazers to move to St. Louis.
Not even a question. Shave it all off. You can take every...
Shave it all off,
you
Doug.
Can take
He's clean shaven. Get the boy a Brazilian.
You can take every follicle. You can take my eyebrows. You can take this half-ass mustache I'm working on. You can take every follicle on my person.
Really?
You can have my left eyeball.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
You've already answered the question. You don't need to
kind of get into plowsy territory.
You can take my left
have
eyeball.
To step in at this point. You're not going to give up half of your vision for an NBA team.
As long as I could still see the court.
Oh, God.
Ever see Vision Quest with Matthew Modine?
I don't think so.
Pretty good.
Well, if you're the Portland owner, would St. Louis be a place where you would want to move?
Sure. Why not?
There you go. There's the answer.
Best fans in baseball. Could be the best fans in basketball.
There's probably more attractive markets.
Name one.
San Diego.
Name two.
Austin.
They already got, that's a saturated market. Austin. Saturated market.
Nashville.
Now you're getting warmer.
Market.
Keep going.
Tampa.
Saturated market.
You could say that about anything.
Orlando's right there.
Well, there's a reason some of these markets are saturated because they're thriving, growing, giant businesses.
Those are just
What
words.
are you trying to say?
Those are just words. I'm talking about vibes here, baby.
Okay.
Why in the hell are taxpayers on the hook for funding stadiums for billionaires? Get rid of all the sports. That's from Wedding Tackle. I like that. Get rid of all the sports.
California won't let that happen. You got to bill yourself.
Well, I don't think Missouri lets it happen either. That's why the Chiefs are moving.
Right.
No way they move from one dumpster fire of a city to another. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Whatever. I'll take them.
Eric text in.
Eric in the Central West End?
Yeah.
Spirits of St. Louis, let's go.
Oh.
Hell yeah. He's a big NBA guy.
The text above, I don't blame them for leaving.
That's what I was
Portland, awful city.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Pele Blanco says it's the weakest link in the USA. Or wokest city in the USA.
Oh, that's probably true.
Okay. We're talking about hoops here.
Yeah.
An NBA team in St. Louis is the final nail in the coffin. The NBA is the WWE of entertainment. Please, no, don't come here. It's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Someone actually doesn't want one of the biggest leagues in the world to come to St. Louis.
Well, I would imagine the Blues wouldn't want that.
Why?
Because there's only so many corporate dollars out there to support these franchises.
I can name you 20 different markets that have an NBA and NHL team.
That are bigger than St. Louis.
Okay, you can only grow, though, if you expand. Like the idea of...
First, I think
Did you hear that?
First,
I'm going to repeat it for you.
But that's the truth. That's 100% the truth. Like, you can only get bigger if you bring more stuff in.
I think the business community would have to get bigger before... That could carry a sports franchise. I'm not sure a sports franchise could carry the business community.
Jackson, I hope Kansas City gets a basketball team, and then we can claim them like we do the Chiefs.
I won't claim them. I'll weep instead.
Would that lead you to weeping?
I'd be really upset, yeah.
But do you think a tear would fall out of your eye?
Then maybe not a tear, but I'd be upset.
If the Trailblazers were moving to St. Louis and you got to go up on stage and make the first ever St. Louis Trailblazers draft pick, where would that rank in like moments for you?
What do you think?
Very top.
What else do I got?
You're going to give up both eyes for the chance to do that?
No, I got to be able to see the team.
Okay. Guys, I found that 99% of people who have strong opinions on Portland have not been there or outside of Franklin County for that matter. That's from Arbor Day. Doug, he's the 3-time texter of the year.
Well, there's a lot of places we haven't been. We still have an opinion about them.
Think about that.
Yeah. You'd have a more informed opinion if you went. But, I mean, we all have opinion on Russia, don't we? Have you been to Russia?
Don't look at me.
Probably not.
Arbor Day. Call in. We don't need Clyde Drexler in St. Louis. He gave up 50 to MJ in the finals.
Okay. Well, he retired 35 years ago. So.
Wouldn't you think Portland, with only the one major sports franchise, would do everything they possibly could to keep it?
Yeah. Yeah, but in terms of like the NBA, if they are going to expand to Seattle, that would cover their Pacific Northwest territory. Like, I don't think they would like to have, definitely want to have Seattle. I think they would live without Portland.
The league would, no doubt. But I mean, that
Portland,
owner,
yes.
that owner and the city would probably bend
Yes.
over backwards to save the one team they have.
I would think.
Don't let the Timbers hear you say that.
Yeah.
Well, was that MLS?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not going to...
Okay.
Well, that's not going to play well. Jackson, what if Kansas City gets the Trailblazers and you still lose all your hair? That's from Big Tough.
Yeah, boy. And add an insult to injury there. Don't wish that. Don't manifest
Is that more likely to happen than the Blazers coming here and you
I got a full
surrendering
court
your left eye?
No, I got a full court press going on my scalp, so
okay.
Starting to go into the paces.
They have MLS, Doug. Some Pele Blanco, and here we go. They're going to come in, and they're going to come in fast and furious.
It's not one of the four majors, sorry.
My husband's been to Russia. He spent 9 weeks there. That's from Sharon and Clayton, and that's not going to go well.
So he has a better opinion about Russia than I do. It's not surprising.
If an NBA team moved to St. Louis, could they afford to pay TMA like SLU does? That's from MD 2020.
They better.
Hope so.
It's part of the negotiation.
I love when Doug runs a comment through his English to Donnybrook translator. Go back to watching Rizzoli and Isles, you human Nilla wafer. What's Rizzoli and Isles?
I have no idea.
It was a cop, like a procedural from years ago.
A procedural?
Angie Harmon.
Yeah, Angie Harmon.
Jason Sehorn's wife, who was in St. Louis, talking with Sear at Rams Park.
Delightful gal.
She was delightful. Mm-hmm. That's the Rizzoli and Isles.
Yes.
Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you're welcome to talk it over with the other YouTube viewers in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. There would be about 10 people at each Blazers game. Jackson, all of his friends, Frank and Martin. It's never going to happen. Some Harrison's brother master.
Whatever. Keep living like that.
Oh. Well, you do need corporations to buy up lots of season tickets and the suites.
Okay, why do you go up to children and after their dreams and you tell them, oh yeah, well that's not going to happen. Yeah, sorry. That's what you're doing to me. That's what you're doing to me.
I'm just telling you the reality of what has to happen.
No.
And you've got to have massive corporate support for these teams to make it.
Whatever. I'll support them. Boy Network.
Yeah, well, there'll be some individuals buy season tickets for sure.
And me and I've owned north of one Portland Trailblazers jersey in my life.
How about that?
Have you?
Yeah. I had a Dame Lillard. I have 2 Dame Lillard jerseys. Yeah. One Rick
How many
City.
Dame Lillards do you?
I don't know.
He's my favorite player.
If Portland does get brought here, will their coach get an extension after his first 20-win season? That's from the 636.
I would think.
The coach is Chauncey.
Drinkwitz will need more money for that, too.
Chauncey Billups, who's not currently coaching them.
And now, when they move here, will you celebrate our NBA championship when Bill Walton and Maurice Lucas were running around?
Yeah, that's always the question is like if a franchise is moving, does the championships come with them? Like the Thunder won their first title last year, but the Sonics won before that.
Yeah.
Does that count?
I think it counts for the franchise, but probably not for the city.
I agree.
So we don't have a Super Bowl?
No, we have a Super Bowl.
We do have a Super Bowl. We still get that.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. But the Rams
There's
get
some
the
real
Rams get
anger
the
in
count.
this Air Comfort.
Why?
LA doesn't get the
Just the
count.
idea that the NBA might be coming here?
They're either really angry at Doug or really angry at you.
Oh, okay. That's where I like to win. That's where I like to be.
Yeah, well, we must be doing it right.
Yeah.
Jackson and reality are not friends. That's from V. Mo Green.
Funny.
Let's listen to Angela Lansbury's prom date, who worked 2 jobs for 3 decades to provide his economic analysis. Great stuff. That's from Arbor Day. Yes, Jackson, you tell kids their dreams are stupid. That's from the old Appleton stepdad who's on his rocking chair on a beautiful morning in Old Appleton.
I'll agree that Doug is like right and being logical about this, but that's not what I'm looking to hear right now.
Okay.
I'm looking to live in some sort of fantasy world where we have the NBA and I get to watch a team every night. That's what I want. That's what
Well,
I
I want that too.
I want to raise a child in the world, in a St. Louis world that has the NBA.
Would you rather have NBA or an NFL franchise back?
If you would have asked me in 2016, I would have told you NFL. At this point, I'd rather have the NBA.
Okay.
I'm a little sour. I would be better for the city to have the NFL, without question. But for me and my selfish reasoning, yeah, I'd rather have the NBA.
All right.
Something funny? You send a feather over there, guy?
Text.
We're certainly in
There's a
better
lot coming in. I don't know which one you're making. I don't know which one's got you giggling.
I like Mitch Cumstein's latest
Mitch
work.
Cumstein said, congratulations, you idiots have repackaged the would the NBA work in St. Louis question. Where are the links from the UK? Mitch, speak to me. Tell me what you Cumstein. Would the NBA work in St. Louis?
Isn't it? That's what we're doing.
I'll get a poll up on the Twitter.
For the record, the article comes from awfulannouncing.com, the column dug in the Oregonian, and their lead columnist is saying that the Blazers are going to be moving.
Okay.
So,
well, I hope there's a column somewhere in St. Louis saying St. Louis making a big push to get them.
Jeremy Rutherford sent Tim and I guess AI created image of me bald as a cue ball and with an eye patch wearing a St. Louis Trailblazers jersey. And damn it if it doesn't look great to me.
Why do I always tell you? You look nice with the shaved head.
No, I do not. But why do I always look fat in these AI generated images?
We didn't get that text, did we, Doug?
I didn't.
Oh,
there he is right there. That does not look like Jackson.
We'll put it up on the. You got to be watching YouTube though. It's going to go up on my phone on the YouTube camera. I don't know how
it looks good.
Does it look good?
Yeah.
Maybe it could be a thing where everyone, all of the fans of the Blazers show up with an eye patch.
Yeah, in honor of me.
You can sell the eye patches.
Yeah. This is what it costs to get them here.
We don't all get what we want, Jackson. That's from Jackson's Dry Chicken.
Oh, timely. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Whatever. Let me have some fun for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Jackson just moved to a city with an NBA team. St. Louis is a toilet. That's from the TMA remote lamp.
Not how it works for me. Not how it works.
You're loyal to the soil?
Loyal to the soil. Got to be an organic fandom. I can't just pick a team and become a fan of that.
Well, I would say there's probably a 100% chance of an NBA team coming here more likely than an NFL team.
Would agree.
Tim, I think he actually looks good bald. That's from Harrison's brother Master. How about that?
No, I don't.
And without the eye. Are they really going to gouge the eye out, or are they just going to laser you or something to blind you in the eye?
I don't know. I want like what Fetty Wap has, where you can still have the eye. You can like still have the socket.
Okay.
There's nothing in there.
I see.
Did he just get freed?
Yeah.
Bring on the Penguins. We need a second NHL team in Missouri. That's from Medic 2007. Jackson, would you like it?
Hell would be real. Hell would come to town. 2 NHL teams in St. Louis,
So you could
Missouri.
have Sid the Kid, Joey Vitale's alma mater, and the Blues, or you could have the Blazers.
Yeah, I'll take the latter. Sidney Crosby, what, age 40?
Maybe Jackson could sell his helicopter and his penthouse in downtown at Ballpark Village and start a fund to bring the Blazers here. That's from Doug's stepson.
I would liquidate all assets.
Would you?
Yeah. My PlayStation.
You'd sell that?
My vacuum.
That'd get him here.
A nice collection of pots and pans.
Doug, we're doing an unfortunate net worth study right now, live on the air.
Yeah. A couple years away from a vehicle.
No one wants the NBA here, Piddles. That's from the Grape Ape Auto Detailing, my all-time balloon party favorite texter.
Clearly people do. What a silly text.
Yeah, it was a bad text.
All right, we got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais, and then 10 o'clock hour when Martin deals with onboarding. And little Jackie Papers, who has announced he will give up his hair and his eye for the Blazers to move from Portland to St. Louis, as Oregonian columnist says he is concerned that team is going to leave. I thought it was Rip City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rip City.
But he was calling it something else, too.
Rose City. So yeah, that's like I think Rip City comes from their home announcer calling it Rip City once, like Mizzou, like the Mizzou thing.
But with the negotiations, you start with, I'll give you my hair.
Right.
And if they say that's not enough, then you say my left eye.
Left eye, right.
Comes out.
Because I'm right eye dominant.
Is there another body part that you might throw in case
I'd go
negotiations get south?
Pinky toe. Yeah, pinky toe, half a pinky. Yeah.
Well, that would almost come before the hair and the eyeball, wouldn't it?
Definitely before the eyeball.
Yeah.
Doug Stiefel is the studio sponsors here on The Morning After for 2026, and they also have a segment called Market Moves, in which, I'm always buying and selling stock. I mean, I'm like a day trader while I'm hosting the show. It's unbelievable.
Really?
It's just so exciting to be this talented. What's the movie where the guy was on something? Was it Limitless?
Yes, with Bradley Cooper and Bob De Niro.
And that was good or bad?
Good. I love Limitless.
All right, there you go. Well, that's what I am.
Yeah, that's like me on Adderall.
And so we're always buying and selling while reading text insulting. And this gives us an opportunity to buy up teams or players or any trend that we like before that bell curve becomes something that hits the olds, basically, is the way I describe it, or the Midwest. Either one, sometimes the Venn diagram, a lot of overlap there. So we're in the innovator phase here, all right?
Sure.
So what we see, who we're buying up. Papers, is there anything right now that you would like to buy up? You're making market moves. You're making money moves.
I love to buy the dip, I like to...
this guy likes to buy the dip.
I like to buy the dip. Listen, Joe Lunardi might have Missouri on his first 4 out list.
Uh-oh.
But why not?
Every day we do the Stiefel market moves. We're just going to be buying Missouri basketball over there.
I'm really buying the Portland Trailblazers moving to St. Louis. That one just came across
Jackson's
my desk.
Heart picks.
Yes, really, and we saw what that did last night with the Arizona-Kansas game. But yeah, if you're looking at Missouri, but I really like the idea of the Blazers moving to St. Louis. And
you can't think of anything but that now, can you?
It's going to be tough. Also, ESPN's returning the bundle. Baseball play goes local.
So you're sending this is where I think universally we would be going, what is this?
Right.
So what is the backstory on this? Because this is a debacle that has not been met at all with any positivity, which makes me think there has to be more to it. For the record, it is time for our market moves, which is presented to you by Stiefel, where we size up some of the biggest storylines in sports and decide which ones we're backing, dropping, or watching. And we'll bring our opinions. Stiefel brings the steady perspective, and now we're breaking down the moves that matter. Jackson, the outlook here is on this ESPN. You've got to be subscribed to ESPN.
Yes.
Doug, do you subscribe to ESPN?
I didn't think I had to.
So the idea was that you could simply purchase the product, their out-of-market direct-to-consumer app, through the ESPN app and watch games there. You'll still be able to access MLB TV directly through MLB platforms, but there is a big catch. With few exceptions, MLB TV subscribers will also need to be ESPN Unlimited subscribers to purchase the package.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
In other words, MLB TV is now behind a double paywall. You need to purchase MLB TV, which is priced at $150 per season for new subscribers and $135 for returning, in addition to ESPN Unlimited plan, which is $30 per month.
Okay, so I get ESPN, Hulu, and Disney in a bundle for $38.99.
I think that is what you...
And that's the ESPN Unlimited.
You've completed the first milestone, the first...
So now, in addition to that $480 per year I'm spending, I also have to spend another $150. And will that get me Cardinal games?
This is for out-of-market games. So
then I can watch the Marlins play the Pirates?
You can watch the Marlins play the Pirates. So
soft 34 Cs.
Yeah, so if you're living, let's say you're St. Louis and living in Chicago, and you want to watch Cardinal games all season, you're going to be paying, you have to a double paywall. Simply one subscription will not do it.
What if we're in St. Louis and wanting to watch the St. Louis team? What then?
Then you get the in-market. Then you get the direct-to-consumer.
If I have Spectrum, will I get it?
Yeah.
Well,
that article's false, Jackson.
That article is from Awful Announcing.
There's new articles. It's from the 405. That article is false.
Okay.
There's new articles.
There's always new articles.
Well, that makes me, I have to say, well, actually, I feel good in two ways because now Jackson's going to catch hell.
Yeah,
but,
that is nice.
But in general, it makes me feel better because I could not believe that they would do something so ridiculous. So, Jackson, you're now looking for our new articles.
All right, update.
Hold on, we have an update.
There's an update. This is an article by Drew Lerner on Awful Announcing.
Right.
This post has been updated to clarify current MLB TV subscribers that are set up for auto renewal will not need an ESPN Unlimited subscription this season. So if you already subscribe to MLB TV, you do not need to get the additional ESPN Unlimited subscription. But if you're starting from scratch, based on what I've read, it seems like you'll need both.
Now, I get MLB TV on cable.
Right, you're good.
But I would need, assuming I didn't have, there's a separate MLB app as opposed to MLB TV.
Yes, the ESPN Unlimited app.
And you'd have to have that app to watch the games.
Right.
And that app is $285.
Per year, yeah.
Value season.
Right.
Okay.
So this is for out of market. This is for people who, like we living in St. Louis, won't have to worry about this for.
Let's say you want to watch the A's play late night game in Sacramento.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Why?
Because I'm asleep. But if I didn't have Spectrum cable, then I would have to buy the MLB app, pay $285, and I'd be good for the whole year.
But you don't need to do that because you live in St. Louis. This is for out of market.
So what would how would you get it if you didn't have cable?
You'd have to
go through the app. That's what I just said.
Right. But that's only if you're looking for out of market games.
I don't want out-of-market games.
Then don't worry about it.
Okay.
What's the deal with Vladimir Pittles only using articles from 2024 for the show?
What?
Where's the show prep, comrade ass? That's from Dale, and he's in Grubville.
This article was written on February the 8th, 2026.
But the 405 says there's new articles.
I know. I just read the damn
there's always new
update.
articles.
There's probably another new one.
Yeah. Market moves.
Oh, there's going to be some angry people when this season starts.
Doug's thinking about MLB Network. That's from I Hate Paper Straws.
Yeah.
Why does this
exactly right.
all have to be so confusing? That's from the 618.
Well, because the rights and out of the blackout stuff, this is all, very frustrating. As we become more technologically advanced and there's more ways to watch things, it gets harder and harder to watch.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating for fans the world over. Market moves. Presented by Stiefel.
Brought to you by Stiefel.
Yeah. I think that was
the
a bang
articles are from 2024?
No, that's
was
not
that Stiefel's request?
That's nonsense.
There are new articles.
I know. I have the Evan Drellich article up here. It doesn't say much different. I got two articles. I cross-referenced two sources.
Okay.
Not classically trained, yet still using two sources.
Article of impeachment now for Jackson.
I wasn't even elected.
You get impeached?
No, I was appointed.
I think Channel 4 is showing like 10 Cardinal games or so.
Is that right?
That'll be easy.
Is that what their Matrix thing?
I think it's just a regular.
Oh, is that right?
Over the air?
So.
Yeah, I think
I got to tell you, that's like a warm hug of nostalgia. It's like that music they play on TikTok to indicate nostalgia.
Oh,
you need that for return music.
Is that a harpsichord?
I think it is, actually.
Is that the most
I can
central
just
one?
go click, click, and I'm watching it. I'm not closing out an app to open up, and then it's got this. And I might have to re-enter credentials.
Ooh, but there is something with YouTube TV giving a sports-only bundle.
I saw that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't include Cardinals and
Right,
Blues.
which is the ultimate. If the Cardinals and Blues were on YouTube TV, everything would be handled. It would all be handled. It would all be there.
Doug, there you go. If
But they're not.
They're not. And so here we are. Market moves.
Oh, God. I'm not sure I like markets moving.
But you love Stiefel.
I do. Oh, gosh, yeah.
Subscriptions are a ripoff. I'm buying stock in radio. That's from Marsh's Burners.
Hell
There
yeah,
you go.
brother.
There you go. All right, now we'll take a break. Come back to more TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family, locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. Go online, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving him $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring with 3 St. Louis area locations to serve you in Creve Coeur, in Darden Prairie, and in St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring. 3 decades of serving the St. Louis metropolitan area. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Can the Illinois Fighting Illini bounce back after the loss on Saturday? Find out tonight at 7 when they take on the Wisconsin Badgers on Peacock. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
James Carlton, longtime sponsor of TMA, online at carltoninsurance.net. James in yesterday, brings it strong, too, with QFTA and his questions. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com is where you can send yours. James has been a sponsor of the Tim McKernan Show podcast going back 9 years, and I have been a client of James since 2019. Now Jackson is as well. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Save a lot of money on your automotive insurance right now. A 5-minute phone call truly could save you thousands of dollars. That is no BS. It's James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Jackson, who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Our first repeat winner of the month, Shooter McGavin.
Shooter McGavin has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Shooter McGavin. BK and Ferrari are coming up next for Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Crouppen YouTube channel.